my best, but sometimes, yeah, getting up at 5 is a little hard. So sometimes I'll get up at 6, and I just get up whenever I can, because I do believe in things like sleep and water and stuff like that as being important parts of your health. It's not the big stuff; it's always the little things. But anyway, I got up and I got up at 6 a.m. and I went out for a run. And during that time, I was taking in financial information, kind of enjoying the sunrise. I called my wife while I was out. And when I got back, my father was sitting on the porch, and I was talking to him, and he gave me credit for being a runner. And I said, "Really, Daddy?" I said, "I'm not a runner." I said, "My running ain't nothing but glorified walking. That's all it is. This is glorified speed walking." Because I walk a lot. If I get tired, I walk. I want to be comfortable. And what my philosophy is, and maybe this can help some of you that are sort of, trying to level up in your life, whatever that means for you. I learned that there's a big difference between doing very little versus doing nothing at all. Right. I don't know if any of you go through this. Let me know if you can relate to this. But a lot of times, if you set a big goal and you don't get anywhere close to the big goal, it's tempting to just do nothing, right? Because you're expecting to go to the gym and work really hard and do all this and do that, or go on this perfect diet, or make these perfect moves when it comes to your finances. And because you're not at the big goal, you don't do anything. You don't even try to hit the little goal. You don't even take the consolation prize, which might just be doing a little bit. And so one rule that I always have is that I may not always do everything, but I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm gonna at least do something. Never do nothing. Do you understand? So what I would say to you, if you're looking for a little bit of a perspective on how you can, just elevate, is don't be so hard on yourself. Like, push yourself, love yourself, challenge yourself, but don't kick yourself in the ass every time you come up short. Because we all come up short. We all do. We all, we're always, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I every single day I look at myself in the mirror in terms of who I am, and then I look at the guy that I want to be, and I'm almost never a complete match to the guy that I really want to be. Right. But I'm trying. Right. And I give myself credit for trying. I say, well, you know what? We ain't there yet, but we're going to do something. We may not win the prize, but we're going to do our best. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the best we can right now. And I don't know if that helps you. I hope it does. But I just want to encourage you, just do something, So that health thing, I bring that into our financial consciousness conversation, because part of being financially aware and financially conscious is heavily driven by your physical health, your physical and mental health. Awareness is a psychological concept. If you're not mentally healthy, then your awareness is not as high. When I get up and I exercise and I've been breathing and the endorphins have kicked in, and the clarity of focus comes into play from the workout, I am so much more aware of the world than I am when I'm rolling out of bed, whenever I feel like it, and kind of a day late and a dollar short. You know what I mean? So these things, that mind, body, soul connection is very, very real. My wife is an expert on the subconscious mind. She's also deep into metaphysics. So I learned a lot from listening to her. Everybody, if you want to get one little hack to get ahead, is get you a smart wife who can challenge your thinking and teach you some things. And my wife teaches me a lot, and I teach her. And I can just tell you that all these things are connected. So take care of your health, whatever that means for you, because I don't think, culturally speaking, when we talk about wealth, we don't really talk about how much Black wealth gets lost when we don't take care of our health. Let me know if you've seen this. Let me know if you're dealing with this. You're dealing with relatives that are getting cancers and that are they're diabetic and buying all these pills from Big Pharma. Big Pharma does not love you. Big Pharma is here to get your money. They're not here to make you healthy. They're not here to save your life. They're not here to help you to live. They are here to help you die in a way where they can slowly but surely extract as much money from you as they possibly can before you die. Because once you croak, then you have no economic value. There's no recurring revenue that comes from dead people, because dead people don't buy medicine. So ultimately, their goal is to drain you slowly, stick that little financial pipe in you, right? Or jab you with a little financial vacuum cleaner, and just suck up all your money before you're gone. It's like, okay, because I mean, you'll be dead. What do you need money for in heaven? But then here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. And I hear a lot of people say that. I think I heard a rapper say, I'm gonna, if I'm not leaving anything for my kids or whatever, or I'm not I'm not saving for or I'm not gonna put anything in my estate plan or whatever, because he said I'll be dead. So it won't matter to me. But the problem is that your kids will still be here, your grandkids will be here. You have loved ones that'll still be here, and they're going to still be stuck in this place called Earth and life, and they're going to need money. They're going to deal with financial challenges. They're going to deal with lots of the oppression, the financial oppression that exists around the world. They're going to deal with racism, economic racism. My friend Tariq Nasheed is doing a reparations rally in DC. I can't make the reparations rally, but I support it 100%. I support exactly what Tariq is doing, because reparations is something that we deserve. And why do we deserve reparations? Well, because so much of our wealth was taken from us. And what's the effect of that? Well, the effect is that we live under the assumption that if you are Black, you're by default supposed to be poor. There's an assumption that if you are Black, you're supposed to struggle financially. If you're Black, you're supposed to be behind educationally. You're supposed to be behind in terms of health and family structure. You're also supposed to be in a position of complete and total servitude. You are not supposed to ever be in a position where you are in the driver's seat of your own life, because you are not here to serve yourself. You are here to serve massa. Right? You are here as a commodity for other people. That's what you were brought into this country as. And it's very important that we work very hard to undermine this narrative. It's very important that we consciously approach and consciously confront this subconscious training that we've received to make us believe that it's okay for your kids to be out here butt naked struggling financially. Like, really, we really think that our kids are supposed to be, having things as hard as we had it. They're supposed to go through as much struggle as we did. And this is almost as the same as the false thinking that because my mother used to beat me with a stick every time I got in trouble or made bad grades, I'm supposed to beat my kids with a stick too. And I don't know about y'all, I got whoopings like crazy when I was a kid. Anybody else get whoopings when you were growing up? Give me a yes if you got a whooping. And also be honest. Did you deserve it at the time? Did you earn it? How many of y'all got a whooping and earned it? I'm guilty as charged. I'm guilty as charged. In the court of law, every time I would have had to just take a plea because Lord knows I was a tough kid to deal with, and I got a lot of whoopings. And let me just tell you, I am more on the side of believing that sometimes we take things a little bit too far, in the sense of believing that anytime a kid gets a whooping, that is somehow so traumatic that they can't recover, and it's the worst thing you do to a kid. I'm not in that camp. I'm not an extremist in that fashion. I'm not one who says, oh, you spanked the baby, he's going to be traumatized, you need to go to jail. I don't think that way. But at the same time, what I did learn from my own experience and just from seeing different ways to raise a kid is that sometimes you ain't got to resort to the nuclear option every time when it comes to training and raising children. Sometimes sometimes I think about it, and don't get me wrong, I earned about 90% of my whoopings. I did, but it could have been a little bit better. Maybe if my parents had sat me down and talked to me, or maybe given me some other type of punishment that wasn't as severe. Right? That whooping. It's like, let me just say this: I did not pass that tradition to my kids. We don't spank our kids. Now, on one side, they're not getting some of what we got in terms of, I did get a little bit of that scared straight shock treatment that did keep me on the straight and narrow. It actually worked in the sense that I didn't do anything stupid when I got older. At the same time, though, there is trauma that's attached to that, right? So we kind of have these habits that we just sort of inherit and we pass them on. And I think that there are some habits that have to be left in the previous generation. So ultimately, I think that there is a belief that we believe this. I think a lot of us believe this, that because we struggled and because we went through pain, that the children are supposed to go through pain. And then if you didn't go through pain like I did, then you're not really getting the Black experience. And I don't think that the Black experience has to always be full of pain. I think that the Black experience should also be full of joy. I think the Black experience should not be full of struggle. I think the Black experience should be full of prosperity. I don't think that the Black experience should be coming in last place. The Black experience, in my view, should be when we come in first place. That is what excellence looks like, not Black excellence, just excellence. And that's also what I think we can look at going forward. So, in order to be excellent, and just going circling back, because you guys know every morning we do economic awareness training, EAT. I want you to eat. That's it. Because if you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. So, as we economically elevate, I want us to take a moment and just sort of be aware of how some of these habits and curses can impede our ability to move forward, and not just economically, not just in terms of money. It definitely hurts you in terms of money, but it also hurts you in terms of the things that money cannot buy. It hurts you in terms of just all the trauma of broken families. I feel really sorry for every child that where their dad or their mother moves out of the house and they don't have two parents in the house. I think kids should have that if they can. I feel bad whenever we're talking about what's going on when we get up and go to work every day at a job that we hate, and we assume that that's just part of life. I don't know if you grew up the same way, but I remember growing up believing that everybody had to go to work and that everybody hated it, and that you did it because you needed massa to give you enough money to be able to pay the bills so that you could have a place to live, and that if you don't do those things, then you're going to be homeless. I did not even think about this idea that wealth actually is a relay race, and as a relay race, in a relay race, and a lot of you, I'm a big track and field fan. Some of you know this. I'm going to be watching the Olympic trials and the Olympics. I watch the NCAAs. I watch the SEC championships. Like, I'm a really serious track and field fan. I love track and field. I used to be a track coach. And one thing about running a relay race is that the number one rule of a relay race is that you ain't got to do it all by yourself. In fact, another rule of a relay race is that if you try to do it all by yourself, you're not going to win. There's no way that you can win a relay race if the other team has four people running and you've only got one. And so a lot of you, unfortunately, you've been trained to believe that when it comes to your economics, you're supposed to run a relay race by yourself. And so you're doing it by yourself. You're racing the kids by yourself. You're out here hustling, trying to start the business by yourself. You're trying to manage the universe by yourself. And it becomes just so overwhelming. It becomes so weighty. And this is not just me talking to you. I had a conversation with my wife about this morning. Just this morning, my wife and I were just talking, and there were some things going on with her business and stuff like that. And I said, well, you need to delegate. You are this incredibly. She is the prototype of the strong Black woman. When we talk, and I don't look at that term as derogatory. I think strength is a virtue until it becomes traumatically painful. But she's a prototype of that. She is a person that will get up and do it if it needs to be done. She's a person who runs marathons. She is a full professor of social work, not just a PhD. Only 1% of society has a real PhD. I'm talking about where you spent 5 years in an academically intense program at a Research One institution. She did that. 5 people started with her in her class. 4 of them did not finish. She was the only one who made it, and she defended her dissertation while she was 8 months pregnant. She's a badass Black woman. You talk about a badass woman that can get it done. That's where she fits, right? And so she gets this from her mother. Her mother, I love her mother. Her mother, my mother-in-law. She's mama to me. She also has that same level of energy, and she raised her like a lot of us raise our girls this way, right? Don't take no excuses. You do what you got to do. You get the job done. So she's one of those types of people, right? So she runs her business. She does her scholarly research. She'll run a marathon in between, and then be raising the kids and can cook her butt off. And it's kind of amazing to watch, right? Now, here's the thing. One thing that I did tell her, though, is I said, sometimes you have to delegate. Sometimes you have to get other people to help you. You have to put people in place so that you're not carrying a whole load yourself, because not only will it drain you, but also you're gonna miss things. You're not, and this is where we're gonna get to the economic awareness piece. And I'm gonna tell you a true story about something that happened involving somebody robbing me. There was a time that I got robbed, and I'm gonna explain exactly what happened here. So I told her, I said, because if you are trying to, say, run a business or run a household or do anything that involves an institution or a structure, and you're doing it all by yourself, and you're going to miss some of the detailed stuff. You're going to miss the fine details. Your awareness drops. Your economic awareness drops when you're not able to really follow every little thing, because there's just too much to follow. And this is a big problem in terms of Black leadership. We have too many horrifically bad leadership models in the Black community. We have a leadership model where a lot of guys want to be the man. They want to be the leader. They want to be King Kong consciousness. They want to be the biggest, most important person in the group, that kind of thing. And what happens is that there's not enough talk about developing an infrastructure around you with people that you can delegate to, so you can make sure the job gets done properly. So ultimately, one thing that I mentioned to her is I said, if you don't have that ability to delegate, then those details are going to be missed, and you're going to end up finding that something's happening that you should be aware of that you're not aware of, like someone taking your money. So here's what happened. This is a true story. I had somebody that we were affiliated with years ago, not anymore, and and this person had access to one of my credit cards because I had this person do things for us and go and get stuff or whatever. And then one day I was looking in my statement and I was like, I didn't go to that store and buy that stuff on that day. Wait, huh? And then I go through it again and I find another one and I'm like, hold up, wait, like Nate Dogg, hold up, wait, right? So I'm doing my Nate Dogg imitation. So I get on the phone with this person. I'm like, hold up, wait. I was looking at my credit card statement. I don't play, right? So I'm looking at my credit card statement and I'm like, I'm seeing these charges and you have my card that day. You have my card that day. And these charges, this math ain't mathing. Like what's going on? And I caught the person, fired them immediately. And it really was interesting to me. And I told my wife, I said, what makes this person think they can just charge stuff and not have us notice? Well, I think that it comes down to, I think the person made the assumption, like they look at me and my wife and they're like, oh, y'all just rich people. Y'all don't notice. No. We're okay financially. We ain't struggling, but no, we've always believed in living below your means. So no, because my wife grew up, really with a financial struggle, and I didn't have much money. I mean, we had roaches and stuff in the house. I mean, it was tough. It wasn't easy, but there was love, right? So that's more important than money anyway. But anyway, so I think I told my wife, I said, I think that they thought that we were not going to be financially aware because the person was maybe thinking, well, a rich person isn't going to notice a few $100s or a couple $100s taken off on their credit card statement. And let me tell you, this is a bigger phenomenon. I was actually talking to her extensively about this. And I remember talking to, when I used to go out to California and hang out with Damon Dash, Dame talked about this a lot. He said, I remember him saying this, and I agreed with this 100% actually. He said, yeah, when people think you're not watching, that's when they'll rob you. They'll take your money. And I think this applies to everyone. In fact, when you look at research studies on bank fraud, when companies go or these hackers go in and they take money out of your credit card or your bank statement, they get these little charges in there because they're assuming you're not financially aware. They're assuming you're not paying attention. And I've been hit with this. Has anybody else been hit like that, where these mysterious charges are coming up? I don't know if y'all know this, but credit card fraud is a massive, massive industry. Like there are billions of dollars being made from people that will swipe your credit card at the restaurant and then give your credit card number to somebody that's on a black market where they'll be using your card and they'll go and make 10,000 charges for like $7 or something, and little charges they think you won't notice, and you end up paying that. And so, in fact, actually, I pulled up some research studies on this topic that hopefully can help you on this issue. And let me see, let me find this. Okay, so according to the Journal of Financial Crime, they said that being informed about methods that are used by fraudsters can significantly enhance an individual's ability to avoid fraud. In addition to that, they said there's substantial evidence indicating that financial awareness plays a crucial role in reducing the likelihood of falling victim to credit card and bank fraud. Studies show that individuals who regularly monitor their financial statements and maintain high levels of economic awareness. Y'all know why I do economic awareness training? EAT, because when you want to eat, people will try to steal your food. I want you eating good, but when you start eating good, people are going to be taking bites off your plate. All right, so people that have high levels of economic awareness are better equipped to detect and prevent fraudulent activities. Let's see, what else did they say here? They said that in terms of types of fraud, they talk about, let's see here, phishing attempts, phishing with a P, PHISHING, which is where they use your email, stuff like that, or they'll send you a random text out of the blue to get you to click on a link. Securing your personal financial information, etc. A comprehensive review by the Office of Justice Programs highlights that credit card fraud prevention programs, which include customer education on recognizing and responding to fraud, have proven successful in reducing financial losses. Studies on fraud detection and prevention suggest that financial institutions that educate their customers about secure banking practices and fraud can reduce the fraud. So basically, it comes down to awareness, right? So awareness might come in the form of being aware of what money's going in and what money's coming out. And this doesn't just expand to fraud, it also expands to just budgeting. Like if you have a budget and you know what money is coming in and what money is coming out, and you reconcile that budget, that financial awareness is likely to heighten your economic efficiency in a lot of really powerful ways. But then also not just being aware of your revenue and your expenses, but also being aware of different ways that people might try to extract from you, being aware of the threats, the economic threats that exist in terms of people and situations where you might lose a little something. Another aspect of economic awareness that isn't discussed much is related to things like alcohol and drugs. One of the reasons that people either drug other people or get people drunk is because they know your awareness drops. If you think about it, I mean, not just money, but things that money can't buy. Like, somebody is quick to pour you a bottle of something, is maybe trying to get you to lower your inhibitions and not be as aware, and so that they can then get something from you, right? So economic awareness also might extend to that. I think about a time where there was a guy who had a drinking problem who was worth millions of dollars. He went to a casino, and at the casino, they recognized him as a high roller. So he would spend thousands of dollars on every hand. And so they were giving, if you notice in casinos, they always give you free drinks. They give you free drinks. They put extra oxygen in the room. They also don't have clocks on the walls. The reason they don't have clocks on the walls and they put extra oxygen in the room and give you free drinks is because they want your awareness to be dropped. If there's a clock there, I'm aware of the time. I look at the watch. I'll say, "Ooh, look at the time. I've been here 7 hours." If there's no clock, I'm not thinking about that. Extra oxygen makes you a little bit high. It makes you feel good, right? And then on top of that, the drinking, we know what that does. You did liquid courage. You're like, "Oh, bet it all on black. No, let me get another 10,000, right?" And next thing you know, they sucked out all your money. Allen Iverson, from what I understand, had a little bit of a drinking problem and also a little bit of a gambling problem, and that really cost him dearly. This man could be worth $1 billion, but instead he's waiting for his Reebok deal to kick in so he can have a little bit of money in his pocket. Whereas this guy, one of the greatest, most extraordinary athletes of all time. I mean, AI was an amazing player to watch. This guy could be a billionaire right now. He really could be and should be a billionaire, creating 50,000, 100,000 jobs for people in his home city of Philadelphia. But instead, he's a guy that's doing okay, that's doing well for himself. You understand? So that's a missed opportunity. That is what in economics is called an opportunity cost. Another term used for opportunity cost is a shadow price. A shadow price is a price that you pay that lives in the shadows. It's not what you gave up, it's what you passed up. Do you understand? That's why I say when you talk about economic awareness, it's important because people who are economically aware are not typically poor. Poor means passing over opportunities repeatedly, which means that you are constantly passing up chances to build wealth, chances to do well, chances to get out of your situation, chances to get back in the game. So when I look at Allen Iverson, I look at the shadow cost. I say, gosh, this poor guy, could have really, really changed the world. He had the power to do it. He knew everybody. He had millions and millions of dollars, but because the economic awareness was low, the financial literacy was low, he did a lot of things that unfortunately were connected to a financially draining culture. Like he would go to different cities and buy a whole wardrobe in that city, throw all the clothes away, and then go to the next city. A lot of you heard this has happened on multiple times. I heard Floyd Mayweather tell a story like that, and there was another person I think who was a famous rapper who told this story. I can't remember. No, it wasn't a rapper. It was Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown and Floyd Mayweather told the exact same story. Bobby Brown and Floyd Mayweather told the story of how they went to a city, bought a Mercedes Benz, drove the car around the city, and then left the car at the airport, or left the car and just went back home. That they both told that same story. So if you think about that again, Bobby Brown could have been a billionaire. He was that famous. He could have been that rich. I think if he'd made the right moves, he'd be billionaire status. Instead, he's the poor guy. He's got a dead wife, dead daughter. He's struggling with health, with his health. And I don't know what he's doing financially, but I don't think he's doing that great, at least relative to where he could be. New Edition is doing better. It seems. It seems like they're finally away from all those terrible financial deals and stuff like that. And by the way, I'm respectful for New Edition because I just love them so much, and I love the way they came together. And also, there's a member of New Edition who's actually in my class, so I don't want to, I don't want to sound gossipy or disrespectful. But long story short, that there's a shadow cost. There's an opportunity cost, right? There's when I listen to Floyd tell that story, I'm like, my Lord Jesus, do you know how much money that just that 80,000 you spent on that Benz that you threw away, just that one time, that money, if it's invested over a 20 or 30-year period, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. That could change people's lives. Like there are people who are starving to death who could be eating if you had a little bit more economic awareness. There are people who are unemployed who could have jobs if you'd had advisors around you who said, no, 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 no. We need to change your culture and your priorities. You are in a position of significance and importance. You are in a position of tremendous responsibility. Your job is not just to be a great fighter and to be Money Mayweather and to be economically immature, to do things like a child, to live like a kid where you're just throwing money away. No, you need to be a grown ass man. You're a man in the ring, but you're a child outside the ring. Do you understand? You're a bad boy when it comes to your fighting, but you're a little boy when it comes to your economics. You understand? We got a lot of 45, 50-year-old children that are given lots of money by the oppressor. Give me a yes if you've seen this. They're given lots of money by the oppressor, and then they sit there and they just do crazy things with this money. And it's really sad to watch. And what's really sad is not just what they're doing, it's the backlash and the pushback that someone like me gets when I say, hey, man, with that, you could raise 20 million and go build a school system in your hometown and educate thousands of kids. You could go make a donation to an HBCU that can educate 50,000 Black people over the next 100 years. And to just show you how crazy the culture is, there are so many people that will fill up the comments saying, stop being a hater. You be hating. And I swear to God, if I hear another person say, you be hating, if you come to my page talking like that, I'm going to have to get ready. I'm going to have to block you. You sound like a dummy. You sound like a child. I'm 52. I ain't got time to do children's games with other 50-year-old men. You be hating. That's all you got. You don't have anything thoughtful to share that a perspective. I don't want to make fun of anybody. I know people get mad. That's why when I talk like this, that's why I get enemies. That's why people get mad at me. I can't say that I care because you know that that's stupid. You know that this explains 100% or at least 80% of why we're oppressed. It explains it. Because your leaders, your men, your strongest, most capable people are run around speaking like monkeys. You be hating. You be hating. You can literally train a parrot to say stuff like, or some. You can even, I bet there are dogs who could say you be hating. So my thing is like, you're smarter than a dog. You're smarter than a parrot. You're smarter than a monkey. So why would you let people dumb you down and have you run around saying things at 45 or 50 that you would have said when you were 18? And endorsing behaviors that are clearly wasteful and have tremendously negative consequences. Every time God blesses us with a chance to have somebody that can really elevate the community out of the situation that some of us are in, we blow it. We throw it away. Every time God passes you the ball, you throw the ball out of bounds, and then you say the white man did it. The white man doing this, the white man doing that. Yeah, he did it, but not in the way that you think. He did it in a sense that he's the one that planted that poison in your brain to make you think that it makes sense for a man with millions of dollars to just throw all his money away at a strip club. Like that's what he did. That's what he did. So he did it, but he didn't do it in the way that you think. You think he did it because he took your money or he oppresses you and all that. Well, sometimes people oppress you because you put yourself in a position to be easily oppressed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like if you play a football game and the other team beats you 147-6, you can say it's their fault that we lost. And in your mind, you're saying it's their fault because they cheated or they did something with the referees or they didn't, they did something that you weren't prepared for or because it was their home stadium. No, that's not it. They did it, but they did it in a different way. What they did was they took advantage of your lack of preparation. Maybe they did it because maybe they got you to let your guard down. Maybe they did it because they got you to show up to the game unprepared. So then they're scoring all the touchdowns. You're scoring none of the touchdowns and you're just mad about it. And then when somebody says, well, maybe you'd have a chance to win, pay attention now. maybe you'd have a chance to win if you came to practice. I'm going to let Allen Iverson practice. Remember, he did that whole speech where he kept saying, practice. It's practice. It's practice. So maybe if you came to practice, you could win the game. And so what I do is all I'm doing is I'm showing up and saying, maybe we'll win the game if we go to practice. Maybe we'll go to get. Maybe we'll win the game if we, if we have a game plan. And then every time I show up and say, maybe if we have a game plan and we go to practice and we practice not throwing the ball out of bounds, and instead of throwing the ball out of bounds, we practice putting the ball in the bucket. Maybe we'll be able to win, or we can get the ball to the end zone, whichever analogy you want to use, right? So maybe, and imagine if every time somebody came up and said that, you had a bunch of people saying, "You be hating, you be hating." How is that hating? Don't hate me. You need to hate the son of a bitch that keeps taking your money every time you show up stupid. You need to hate the person that's exploiting you. You need to hate the person that's going to enslave your children because you as a man did not prepare a future for that child. That's what you need to be hating. You need to be hating on the people that will exploit you, enslave you, take your kids. They will do nasty things to your daughter because you did not economically prepare for the future. That's what happens. So as a man, I think it's indicative that all of us, and as grown ass women and men, it's indicative that we say, look, protecting ourselves and protecting our children is our job. It is not our oppressor's job. The white man is not my daddy. These are not your parents. Why in the hell do you think that the protection of your community and your children should be in the hands of somebody else? You are not a child. You are capable of building institutions just like him. You are capable of building wealth just like him. You're capable of developing educational systems just like him. You just don't believe in yourself. And then what happens is that when somebody does step up and say, no, I think we could do it ourselves, they get attacked by the monkey mob. You be hating, you be hating, you be hating the parakeets, you be hating, you be hating. Ain't nobody hating. We're just tired of losing. So the question is, do you continue or do you stop losing? Do you stop the loser train? What are you going to do? Because I can tell you, every time you see a celebrity who's sitting on $10 million, who gets on Instagram and brags about how he bought $1 million worth of jewelry. Tell me if you've seen this. This is everywhere. This is systematic. They bought $1 million worth of jewelry and another $1 million worth of Gucci, another $1 million worth of cars that they ain't never gonna drive. That is what poor looks like. That is passing on and infecting you with the virus of poverty. They are infecting you psychologically with a virus. They are putting a virus systematically delivered and injected into the minds of millions of children, that the goal of the black man and the black woman is to stay as poor as possible, because poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. When you spent that million at the jewelry store, that was being poor. That was an opportunity. When you spent the million at the Gucci store, that was being poor because you passed an opportunity. Every time you waste resources, you are being poor. You are passing an opportunity up to do something amazing. This is what you must fight against. Your greatest battle is not out there. Your greatest battle is right in here. Your greatest battle is in here. It is. It is in here. And so what I think has to happen is that we've got to elevate. We must economically elevate. Economically elevating means having hard conversations. In fact, it means even being honest about things that maybe are taboo to talk about. Like, let me tell you, type in the chat if you know. Does anybody know what city I'm from? What's my home city? Tell me if you know. I'm gonna see how well y'all know me. What city did I grow up in? Type in the chat. I see Detroit and Philly. Louisville, Kentucky. I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky. And so growing up in Louisville, Kentucky, my greatest hero, you can probably guess it, Muhammad Ali. Remember he did anybody remember his movie? It's a really great old movie to watch if you want to watch it. It's called The Greatest. And he's like, I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. I used to watch that movie And it was weird because I think he played himself, and I could have swore he actually sang the song or something, but I might be wrong with that. But he was something else, right? Amazing. He's the greatest, you know. And I remember I would hear that song as a little kid, and I used to think, well, when he's singing about kids of the future, he was talking about me, you know. And so to see this guy, I mean, you know, coming out of Louisville's kind of an interesting place. One day I'll tell you about it. But to see this man from my city, from like live down the street from me, my grandma went to high school with him, right? To see this man go out into the world and literally become the greatest athlete of all time, to become one of the most iconic figures in all of human history, was mind blowing for me. It was so inspiring, and so I get goosebumps even thinking about it. That's the connection. I love this man so much. And so I've studied his life. I've read about, and when I was in Chicago and going to visit Louis Farrakhan, and I was just thinking about Ali's time in Chicago with Malcolm X, and I'm sure he met Farrakhan and everyone else, right? And then just thinking about that, right? And just that connection, because that's one of the reasons I love the Nation of Islam. Again, you can't don't come up and never tell me nothing bad about the nation, because I'm gonna hear it, but I'm not gonna respond. I love the nation. Nuri Muhammad is speaking at the All Black National Convention, by the way. I wanted to mention that. So anyway, this is what I think about when I think about Ali. Just an amazing man, a man we can learn so much from. And what made him so amazing was he transcended sports. He wasn't just a boxer at all. He was this guy that just said, you know, because I'm this iconic figure known around the world, I must stand for something bigger than just what I can do in the ring. And that's why Ali, there's no fighter that can be compared to Ali, because he brought 50 things to the table that no fighter has ever brought. Nobody's brought all these things to the table. So with Ali, I have tremendous admiration for him. But here's the interesting thing, though. I think it's okay to be able to also critique the people that you admire the most. Like, so even my greatest hero, and maybe I got this from academia. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, one thing I learned in academia, which they set a really high standard for the scrutiny of ideas. So what will happen in academia will really throw you off. There's a whole lot of haters in academia. As far as professors, you feel like you got play a hater of the year, like Dave Chappelle. You say play a hater of the year. Like literally, it would be like presenting a research paper. Literally was like being at the Play a Hater of the Year awards, where everybody in the audience is sitting there hating. I hate your research paper. I hate your guts. The title is ugly. It's a stinky paper. This is just stupid. Wait, what's wrong with that? Like they just don't do that, right? And what they're doing though is they're not really telling you that your work is bad. What they're doing is they're pushing you. They're sharpening your sword. So I've seen people literally who wrote papers that went on to win a Nobel Prize, who were still heavily scrutinized and criticized by other people, not in a negative way, but in a way to say, let's see if we can make this better, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Right? So critique, loving critique or constructive critique, that is not just somebody hating on you. That's not player haterology. That is just them maybe saying like, okay, let's figure out how we can do this better. Okay. So why do I bring that up? I bring that up because this is how I think. This is what happens. And this is why I don't fit into political boxes. I don't do well with certain alliances and affiliations sometimes, because people think that if I say, well, hey, maybe we need to fix that, you be hating. I'm not hating. I like this guy. I just want to do it better. You understand? And I think this is critical. So let me tell you what happened with me and Muhammad Ali and my thought process. I never met him. I know Layla and her husband. He played for the Bears. I don't have his last name, but he was a great wide receiver for the Bears. But he's a great guy, and that's the closest I've gotten in terms of actually knowing him in life. But anyway, with Ali, here's the thing. I think that when you look at Ali's life, you see a guy who was amazing in so many ways. Curtis Conway, thank you, Terrence. That's his name. I should know that. I feel so bad. Curtis, if you see this, please, no disrespect, brother. I'm just bad with names. So here's the thing. With Ali, he was a great man and did a lot of great things. But in the area of economics, his financial awareness could have used some work. If you look at Ali and his decision-making when it came to money, he was part of what kind of created the culture, or at least within boxing, of the flashy showman who might be more interested in driving the fancy car or throwing the money away or spending money so he can get the girls, because Ali was such a ladies' man. Ali, all the ladies loved him. And that just, that was his life, right? That was his story. So if as someone who considers myself to be almost like a son of Ali, I think that our job as the sons and the daughters is to say, okay, let's try to see if we can build on what our parents did, but do it a little bit better. Like, I love my dad, but I don't want to be him, because my dad had areas where he said, this is what you got to do, this is what will make you strong. But then there's areas where he said, don't do what I did, don't be like me over here. So that's, to me, how we build. Same thing is true with the civil rights movement. I think as Black people, we can show respect for what people did in the 1960s, because they did the best they knew based on what they were dealing with. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for running the first leg of the relay. Now we got the baton and we're going to run it, but we're going to run a little bit different, right? In hopes that we can run a little bit faster. Right? So I think, so when you look at Ali, let's use that as an example. Let's stick to that particular point. Ali's lack of financial awareness almost destroyed everything that he built. In fact, I dare to say that Ali's lack of financial awareness may have even caused his life to end early. And what do I mean by that? Well, to me, Ali did not die in 2000 and whatever. It was maybe it's 2017 or something. That's not when he died. Let's just be honest. Ali died about 1985, 1990. That's when he died. Like, when Ali shows up as a guy who has so much brain damage that he can't function the way he did before. He's not the smooth, pretty showman that he was before. He's this guy that's got a clear mental health issue that came from fighting way too long, fighting way past his prime. And I was fighting a lot of reasons. A lot of boxers had to do. Joe had to do fighting because he needed money. And so the question then becomes that you're the greatest fighter in the world and you made all this money, but you're fighting well past your prime to make more money. Financial awareness, again, and I'm not blaming him because nobody done these things, right? No, I grew up in Louisville. Nobody taught us financial literacy when we were growing up. So it's not expected he would even know these things. But the businessmen who Ali's career, a lot of them did know these things, right? There was a Louisville investment group that funded the beginning of his career. And I doubt that, and I know for a fact that none of those businessmen had to take a single punch in the head to make any money from the career of Muhammad Ali. I also am willing to bet that many of those individuals in that Louisville investment group were financially secure when Ali was not financially secure, right? When Ali was taking blows in the head from Larry Holmes. I remember watching him fight Larry Holmes, and it was heartbreaking. Everybody in Louisville, my parents watched because my dad knew him and all, so we're watching the fight in Louisville, and we're hoping that the old Ali is going to come back, just like he did with George Foreman when they were fighting in the jungle. It wasn't the Rumble in the Jungle. That was Frazier, but you know what I'm talking about, when they went over to Africa and he fought George Foreman. I watched that. I think it was called When We Were Kings. That just inspires the hell out of me. If you haven't seen it, you got to watch it, right? So you're hoping the old Ali is going to come back, but the old Ali is gone, right? So he's taking all these hits to the head. And even Larry Holmes felt guilty because he had to beat him so bad because Ali wouldn't quit. And so my point is to say that the lack of financial awareness, in my view, cost him his life. Like, I can imagine what it felt like to be caught in that prison where you are this sharp, charismatic man, but your body won't do what you needed to do. You can't say what you want to say. And so here's the light at the end of the tunnel. If you look at Ali's wife, Lonnie married Ali after all these women had run through him. A bunch of them ran off with his money. They were financially aware when he was not. Tell me if you're following this analogy. I know this is a long story, but I hope this is helping you. So they're financially aware. They're like, this guy's got money. I'm going to get my little piece of it. And then the divorce happens, the breakup happens, whatever. They're doing okay because they got a piece of him. All these little pieces of him are being extracted. And then his wife, Lonnie, comes along, who's got tremendous financial awareness. She had an MBA from UCLA, if I'm not mistaken. She is very financially aware. She sees the tremendous economic potential of Ali's brand. She sees him as this global international superstar who could be rebranded and monetized in a way that benefits the family. And also, she creates whatever infrastructure is required to protect and to defend his wealth and his assets from the many predators that he's met along the way, including the likes of the Don Kings and people like that. And so as a result of this man finally getting past whatever he was chasing back in the day and lining himself up with a solid, intelligent black woman, we got to say the word black, right? A great black woman who has financial awareness, who's protecting the resources. Ali dies a very wealthy man. He dies with the respect of kings and diplomats and international superstars of any background. He goes pound for pound with any of the greatest human beings in world history, partly because he aligned himself with a woman who was financially aware. Right? Her financial awareness was like, hold on, wait. You Muhammad Ali. That means something, right? So even as he's on the decline, she kind of grabs him and takes that, positions it in such a way that the family wealth was not going to be continuously drained. So economic awareness is really important, and I think that conversation about Ali, the reason I brought it up, and I hope it doesn't sound disrespectful toward him or his family, because I told you how much I love this man. Um, this is where you learn. This is where you look back and you say, dang, there was so much that could have been there, but it's not there. So part of seeing wealth isn't just seeing what you have. It's not, and it's also not just seeing what you threw away. It's seeing what you could have had. Do you understand? It's seeing what could be created if you don't throw things away. And if you understand how to acquire more resources. Do you understand? Like so most people can only see what they've got. They can only see what they've spent. I don't see just what you've got and what you spent. I see what you could have had and what could have been created from all that you spent. So when Allen Iverson says, man, my whole career, I blew $100 million because I was doing this and doing that. No, you didn't, bro. You didn't blow 100 million. You threw away about 1.2 billion. You threw away billions. You did. You did. It's like if I throw away an apple seed, I didn't just throw away an apple seed. I threw away an apple tree that was going to give me apples for the next X number of years. Do you understand? If a little girl passes away, I don't just see a little girl passing away. I see somebody's great grandmother who is, I see a woman who gave birth to 4 children, who also gave birth to 3 or 4 children, who then gave birth to 3 or 4 children. I see a great grandmother 80 years down the line who's got 37 people that come from her seed, or whatever you want to say. They came from her womb indirectly or directly. Do you follow what I'm saying? That's what I want you to be able to see when it comes to money. Money grows. Let me just tell y'all this, and this is a great point for us to finish up for today. Most of the mathematical equations that we use to analyze money in academia, in research papers, etc., when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, these equations come right out of biology. They do. When I was sitting there in grad school, I'm going through all these equations, and it's like this endless amount of work you have to do. I would look at the origin and the derivation of the equations, and they came out of biology. So the same way that you measure how money grows, how wealth grows, pay attention now. The same way you measure how wealth grows is exactly how a tree grows, or how a baby grows, or how a virus spreads, or how anything in nature you can think of, how a colony of sharks will reproduce, whatever, just like literally. So really, with economics, I think to capture the essence of economic awareness, you have to capture the essence of growth. Don't just look at what you got. You got to look at what you're supposed to have and what you're going to have. That's what you want to look at. You got to be able to look at the future. And then, because if you can see the future, it gives you another dimension of vision that most people don't have. I don't look at the Black community in 2024. I don't care that much about what's happening in 2024. I only care about what I see in 2024 to the extent that it affects 2030, 2040, 2050, and 2060. I try not to pay attention to where things are. I look at where things are going and what we're going to create over time. And if you can do that, see, the thing about it is, if you can do that, then you become extraordinary. You become an economic god to some extent, or that gets you a step closer to becoming an economic god. Let me explain why. Let me use an example. There are people, I heard somebody say that Walt Disney died before the first Disneyland was ever built, that he died before it was built. And then somebody said, it's too bad that he wasn't able to see this amazing place that we have. And Walt Disney's brother, he said, No, he saw it. He saw all of it. That's why it's here. Do you understand? So he didn't need Walt Disney. He didn't need Disneyland to be built for him to see Disneyland. He needed to see He needed to see Disneyland for Disneyland to be built. You understand? See, some people need to see it built before they can see the vision, but some people can see the vision before the thing gets built. And so this is what will make you great. This is what's going to make your children great. Is I want you to practice. Don't see, and this is what's going to separate you. I promise you, this will separate you. Most people can't see nothing until it's there. Your relatives, they won't see what you're doing, the value of what you're doing until you pull up in something nice, or you buy a new house, or they see that you're financially secure. They see you quit your job when they're still going to work. Then they'll see it. They're like, oh. And it was the same thing true in my life. When I started doing stuff, nobody saw what I was doing. They were just kind of like, what are you're wasting your time. This is stupid, blah, 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 right? You're going to get in trouble. White people won't hire you if you keep, they didn't see it. But then when they would see me on CNN, they're like, oh, or they would see me having money when other people did not, or when I'm doing well and they're struggling, then they're like, oh, dang, I see it now, right? Or they come to the convention and they see the convention, and then they're like, whoa, I didn't know you were doing all this, right? Well, so that's it. So most people can't see a vision until it's built, but the visionaries, the economic leaders of society, are the people who see the vision before it's built, and that's what drives and creates the energy necessary to build that thing. So to some extent, to do this, you have to be a little bit crazy. You have to be, to some extent, you have to be confident in the vision. You got to listen to yourself. I think you've got to listen to yourself. You're listening to the universe. You listen to God. You listen to your instincts. And that voice has to be louder than listening to people who can't see shit. Excuse my French. There are so many people who couldn't see a vision if you slapped them in the face with it. And a lot of times we have that big vision and we're trying to explain it to that small-minded person next to us who can't see nothing. And it becomes a very frustrating conversation. And then also consistently talking to that person who isn't convinced that this vision is possible, it deflates your belief in the vision and makes you start to believe that you're seeing things. And so sometimes you got to know that difference between engaging with others versus just keeping it to yourself and just saying, okay, I understand you can't see it, so let me go build it. And then you're going to start to see it. In fact, I remember hearing somebody talking about their dad. Their dad was jealous of his older brother. His older brother years ago had told him, he said, hey man, I want to start a dry cleaners. So if we go into business together, we can create this dry cleaners and we can both make money. And his brother's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to spend my money on something like that, right? So the brother goes and creates the dry cleaners on his own. He becomes really successful and he's making all this money. So the brother that didn't participate just sits around being mad because his brother is doing better. Oh, he think he better than everybody else and blah, blah, blah. He won't share nothing with nobody and all this other stuff. And she said to her dad, she said, but he invited you to be a part of the business. You didn't want to do it. You didn't see the vision. And so that's kind of the world we live in. Different people live on different frequencies. And I encourage you to really be very conscious of connecting with people that can live on that same frequency where you can share a vision with them and they're going to support that as opposed to deflate that. A lot of Black businesses don't exist because they die before they're even born. They get aborted, they get thrown away. Somebody craps on your dream and you say, oh, I was just being stupid, or you don't get any support. Imagine if you were surrounded by people where every time you came up with a crazy harebrained scheme, they were like, oh, you can do this. Oh yeah, let's okay, so what you gonna need? You're gonna need this and you're gonna need this and you're gonna need, I'm here to help you, right? Or imagine if you grew up in a household where your parents, every time you said, Mom, I want to do this, or Dad, I want to do that, they were like, oh, babe, you can do anything you put your mind to. You go get it. Just work hard and make a plan, right? Imagine if you had that kind of encouragement and think about what would be created out of that. Imagine if that was the consistent default response from anybody around you. Yes, you can do it. Let me brainstorm with you. Let's dream together. I'm going to jump in this dream with you, and then I'm going to help you get it done because I love you. I love you so much that I'm going to invest in you, not just in terms of money, but in terms of time, energy, love, and emotional support. That to me is powerful because that builds that capital base that we're always talking about. Your capital base, which are your resources that you use to get things done, your capital base isn't just money. Your capital base is all the other things that money can't buy. And I want you to have a big capital base around you so you can build and create things that you deserve and create the life that you want. Okay. So anyway, I'm done talking for today. I hope this discussion was beneficial to you. I hope you learned something. I hope that this helps you to elevate. I know I love talking to you, and I think I was feeling extra pumped up today because all these thoughts were kind of in my head. And also, I want to remind you that if you're on the text list, I'll send you a notification when we meet tomorrow. We do this every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So just text morning to 87948. Last night we did the stock options income training, Prime 101. You seemed like you guys really liked it. We spent about 2.5 hours talking about generating income from stock options. If you did not make it, if you, for whatever reason, didn't want to make it, couldn't make it, or whatever the case may be, and you'd like to see a recording, that recording is made available. I think it was $129 to join, but we've made the recording $50, and it's yours for life. So I'll text that link out today to you guys if you want to take advantage of the recording. And then also, if you get the recording, you can come to the Q&A tomorrow. We're going to do a Q&A tomorrow, I think at noon, and where I'm going to answer a bunch of questions because stock options are a great way to make money. So feel free to participate if you'd like. So just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send that text link out this afternoon. And then also, don't forget the convention's coming up, All Black National Convention. That's where we gather once a year. And I mentioned to you guys that we're going to give you guys a good discount to hopefully encourage you or entice you to want to come and hang out with us and to meet each other. It's an amazing, amazing space. And so it's going to be in Chicago, Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. It's a beautiful area. There's a lot to do. It's a beautiful hotel. It's going to be an amazing experience. We're lining up our experts, and Brother Nuri Muhammad agreed to be a keynote speaker. Lamar Tyler, the biggest Black millionaire maker I've ever met in my life, is going to be, he agreed to speak. I was super excited about that. We're going to have attorneys, real estate experts, people that are leading strong, powerful families, just whatever you need. Like it's just like kind of this collapse and gathering of like amazing Black people who know how amazing they are, and they know they can be amazing without needing support from the government or from corporate America. So this is not Black liberation brought to you by McDonald's. This is what I consider to be true Black leadership. True Black leadership comes from strong families, strong people, a willingness to educate ourselves and each other, and a willingness to build the businesses that will create the jobs for our kids. So that's pretty much what it's all about. And that's what we do, and we're getting it done. So if you'd like to come out, but just don't get your tickets now. Next week, we're going to offer a really big discount for those of you that are in this space. It's not going to be offered outside of this space. And I'm hoping that the discount will be enough to get you there, because we don't want a blowout. We're not trying to do, Invest Fest or something. We don't want thousands of people at the convention. We need the right people there who have already been prepared in terms of elevating enough to really get what we're trying to do. Because we ain't got time for nonsense. We're trying to really get something done. So anyway, I will see you guys later. I hope you have a wonderful day. God bless you. And the text list, you can text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you that link to get the recording of what we did last night. Have a good day. Investing, and they think it's investing, but it's really not investing. And I just thought that would just be kind of a great financial consciousness exercise for us to really talk about what is investing and what is not. I don't think I've done that particular discussion before, and so as you know, in case you don't know, basically money in the morning it's a stream of financial consciousness. I literally just get up in the morning and I let God tell me, what are you supposed to talk about today? And today that's what came up. And so I'm going to start off by first mentioning some of you. I see Karen from Long Island. Who else is in here? I see, okay, Renee from Evanston, Illinois, far from me. Claudia from London, yes. By the way, if you live out of the country, I know you can't get on the text list. Those who live domestically, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I can sometimes send you a wake-up call that you know that we're meeting for class. Also, I'll send you lots of free stuff from the Black Business School. If you can't get on the text list, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, because I know a lot of you live in other countries, and I want you to feel welcome too. Let's see, Eric from Grand Prairie, Texas, Antoinette, good to see you. Let's see here. Who else do I see? I see Nicole Tony, good to see you. Dr. Nasir out of Florida. Bernetta, Atlanta, Brandon out of Omaha, Nebraska. I think Malcolm X was just accepted into the Nebraska Hall of Fame or something like that. And I thought that was somewhat progressive. A lot of older white folks are trained to hate Malcolm X. And and they call him a racist and all this other stuff, which is obviously not true. And I was really surprised and impressed that Nebraska put him in the Hall of Fame, even though that's just symbolism, but it's meaningful symbolism to some extent. Hopefully that means more kids will learn about him. But then also at the same time, you go right down the block to Oklahoma. I don't know if you all saw that that Oklahoma just threw out the Black Wall Street lawsuit, where the people from the Black Wall Street incident in 1921 were trying to get reparations and they didn't give it to them. And this kind of speaks to what we're dealing with and what we're kind of up against. And I don't know what the answer to this is. I don't know what's going to fix this. I don't know when change is going to come and all this other stuff. I just know that I believe change is going to come when we make the change happen. I really do. I believe that when it comes to our economics, I think that's going to be our responsibility, even though other people should be playing a role, even though other people should be true allies and help us solve this problem. I just don't believe in allies, to be honest with you. I don't believe in I just don't. I don't think that we have people that really love us that much to where they're going to really do for us what we need to do for ourselves. I think that they should, and if you want my vote, you're going to have to do that. But a lot of people just aren't going to do that. They rather just talk about things than to actually do things. And so anyway, as I talk about the secrets of horrible investing, I want to ask you all this. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Yes or no. Answer me this question. How many of you know people who put a lot of money in really bad cryptocurrencies like Dogecoin and these 25-cent altcoins and stuff like that? And I mean lots of money. Now I get it if you dabble. I get it if you're just kind of messing around a little bit. But how many of you know somebody who really, really, really thinks that's going to be their big ticket? Like really feel like if this 25-cent coin goes to $2, then my money is going to triple flip in 2 weeks, that kind of thing. Give me a yes or no. All right. And another question I want to ask you is this: how many of you know somebody, or maybe it was yourself, who maybe made an investment in a business that just went belly up and they put way too much money in the business, like their whole like life savings or something, and the business flopped and they got kind of screwed financially from that? Give me a yes if you know people who are in that category. My friend started a bakery and I just put everything into the bakery and the bakery failed. After we spent 3 or 4 years working our butts off to try to save it, it just didn't work out. All right, so what I want to do is kind of share something that I hope it's not stupid. But I don't know, for some reason I was feeling frisky this morning, and to make the point about horrible investing, I actually did a little skit. And so I know y'all go, I'm not a comedian, but some stuff is just funny. And if you live my life, you would know how hilarious my life is, because I meet a lot of people that that do things that where I'm sitting here and I'm confused. I end up very confused. And so anyway, I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, if you want to follow on the gram. And I'm just gonna share it. I'm just gonna share it. And if it's not, if you don't like, if you think it's stupid, then just don't say it, because it'll hurt my feelings. But I'm gonna play it for you guys, and I want you guys to let me know if you can hear the skit. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try to pull it up. If my laptop acts right, I'm on the road right now, and y'all can hear me, by the way. By the way, give me a yes if you can hear me. Okay. If you can't hear me, then I guess you won't say anything. But give me a quick yes to let me know my audio is coming through good. And I'm going to pull this up. So let me share my screen, and I will share this with you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. All right, so here we go. Let's see. All right, we are on Dr. Boyce Finance. That's my Instagram, and that's me on the screen. All right, so let me turn this up a little bit. All right, here goes nothing. Here we go. You guys are the first ones to see this, by the way. I made it this morning, so here we go. Uh-oh. Wait, see, I already messed it up. No audio. Let me hit that button. Okay, let me do it again. Man, Dr. Boyce, investing is a bunch of bullcrap. It's a bunch of bullcrap. I've been investing like crazy. You've been investing like crazy. I invested in my cousin's liquor store. I bought me a whole lot, about $50,000 worth of Dogecoin. You think that's investing? I was in the whole blessing loom. We got to bless the community. I got the emails. I forwarded the
emails. I put in my $400 that was supposed to turn into $40,000. If all four of us had put in our $4,000, we would have had $40,000 apiece. Blessing, blessing. All right. So I think this investing stuff is stupid, man. You're up here lying to people. I hate to tell you this, man, but that's not really investing. What? A lot of the get rich quick schemes that you see on the internet, that doesn't count as investing. That's not even good gambling. Even good gambling is not that because your cousin got bad credit and he's never run a business before, because he was, after the 10 years in jail, it was hard to run a business in jail. The blessing loan, that's what they call a pyramid scheme. Those are illegal. Let me just tell you for a second about investing, man. Look, investing is actually when you make consistent investments in things that are solid, like the S&P 500, real estate, a healthy small business, things like that. And it doesn't happen overnight. I hate to tell you this, my friend, but to really build wealth, you're gonna have to make a sacrifice. Well, I'm trying hard, and so you're saying that liquor stores and Dogecoin that's not okay. All right, slow and steady. You want to make that steady money, that sturdy money, not that fake fast money, because that fast money, it is the won't last money. And come see us in the Black Business School. I teach a class every single morning, Economic Elevation. It's totally free. You can join us, man. Just go to that link. Man, thanks, Dr. Boyce. I'm gonna see you in class, brother.
All right.
Man, Dr. Boyce.
Okay, so there we go. Sometimes it's fun to laugh about stuff. I'm not making fun of anybody who's ever fallen for any of that, right? I'm not making fun of anybody. It might have seemed like that I'm doing that. I'm not trying to do that. I just wanted us to start the day, hopefully with a little bit of a laugh. So y'all were able to hear it. Okay, I saw one person said they couldn't hear it. I hope you could hear it. If you couldn't hear it, it's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. So yeah. So anyway, and I thought that song from I'd seen this comedian use that song one time from Set It Off when Cleo got shot and everybody was crying. And I thought that was like the funniest, not funny, but that's like a great way to describe, because that's what happens sometimes. I think sometimes it is hard. It's hard. Sometimes I have to go through the horrible task of busting somebody's bubble, where they really feel like they own to something good. And I kid you not, I go around the world and I just meet people, and I meet so many people who have a plan on how they're going to save the whole Black community. I kid you. I could probably say I've met at least 2,000 people that I've talked to over the years who come to me with the master plan. Like, this is gonna save us. And I love it, though. You solve problems. But sometimes it's like, and I'm sitting here and I just sit and I'll be listening. I'll be like, okay, all right, so I don't know where to begin. I don't even want to, because sometimes people get mad. They get mad at you, and I'll be like, that's not going to work. That doesn't make sense. And so when you're talking about investing, one of the biggest things I just want to tell y'all, and I hate saying it like this, is that it's really hard to build anything sturdy, particularly in the world of finance. It's hard to build anything sturdy if you're not willing to sacrifice. If you're not willing to sacrifice, then you're typically going to have to sacrifice some resources and some time. Most good investments, most true wealth building takes time. It's not this fast money stuff. And so in the pandemic, you saw a lot of people that got locked up inside the house, and suddenly everybody's like, oh, there's this Robinhood app. I'm going to get on Robinhood and I'm going to start investing. And what they did when they were investing was they were buying a bunch of stock options on GameStop, a stock that's worth practically nothing. It's worth very little. AMC is worth about a penny. And they were pushing the price up because everybody was buying these stocks. And the goal was to basically buy these out of the money call options, right? So you buy these out of the money call options, which are basically like little lottery tickets. And in your head, you're thinking the obvious, which I get it. It's like, okay, if I buy $300 worth of these call options, then that can turn into $3,000 in a week. Well, it's usually not going to happen. The dream is usually not going to come true. And so that quick money, that fast money, that overnight money, it doesn't typically happen when it comes to investing. And then also the absolute worst stuff I saw that was on the rise during the pandemic were those blessing loans. Did anybody see those where you get those emails and people hijack like black empowerment language in the emails, and they'll say we got to look out for each other, and this is how only way our community can grow is through generational wealth and group economics and I'm not making fun of anybody who got into it, but I'm gonna just tell you the math wasn't even mathing. The math was crazy. The math would be like, if you put in $400, that $400 would turn into $40,000, and then the 40,000 would turn into 8.7 million. And I'll be sitting there. I was sitting there. I had a piece of paper and a pen, and I was like, how is it that 30 people can put $100 a piece? 30 times 100 is 3,000, but they all gonna get 50,000 each. I don't understand that. That's some old Jesus. You know, Jesus took the one piece of bread and turned and fed 300 people or something. I said, somebody's not going to eat. Somebody's going to starve. Now, somebody eats. And you know who eats? The people that eat in these pyramid schemes are the people that start the scheme, the people in the middle. The people that eat first are the ones who get to eat. The ones who come in last, who get that FOMO and they jump in because everybody else is doing it, those are the ones who end up losing their money. And the same thing is actually even true for a lot of MLMs. I'm not anti-MLM. I know some of you are affiliated, and I have nothing negative to say about any of that. But I will say that there is a thin legal line between a legitimate MLM and a pyramid scheme. A legitimate MLM, the only thing that divides the two is that the legitimate MLMs have been able to prove that they make more money by actually selling the product than they make by recruiting people. The MLMs that are illegal, that become pyramid schemes, are the ones that make the most money by recruiting people as opposed to actually selling a real product. I honestly, a lot of times the line is very, very blurry. Like Amway, stuff like that. A lot of these situations, what studies show is that the people at the top of the pyramid do really, really well. So that's why they can have these big conventions where everybody's super excited because they're pumped up about the possibility of making money. But if you go through and you say, how many of you have actually made money? A lot of them are going to say no. They're going to say, no, I haven't made money, but MLM stands for multi-level marketing, by the way. And again, I'm not speaking anti-MLM here. So if you're in the MLM, please don't send me an email with long explanations. And I'm not saying do your thing. And if it works for you, if you're seeing the money, then keep on seeing the money. Do you understand? If you see the money and you can be the money, then I want you to have the money, okay? But I want you to know the difference between real money and imaginary money. Do you understand? Like that's one part of consciousness is always being conscious and aware of the difference between something that has already happened versus something that someone tells you might possibly happen if you keep on investing in them, right? Because a lot of people end up losing that way. They'll keep doing something. They'll keep on doing the same thing because somebody will say, if you keep on doing it, you keep on doing it, you keep on, they'll hijack even language that we might use in this class. They'll say, if you keep making the same, Dr. Boyce says that wealth requires sacrifice. So you got to keep on sacrificing, and then one day you'll get the wealth. The problem is that for most people, the gold is not at the end of the rainbow. So that's why, again, I'm not a financial influencer. I never wanted to be a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. That's my doctorate's in this stuff. That's why I go out of my way when I talk to you about things. I try to make it clear, like, no, here's the direct path. Here's the proof. Here's the data. Here's the research. Here's what the research says, that if you invest the equivalent of $5 a day for yourself or for your child, and you do that over a 30-year period, you will have insane amounts of wealth. In fact, in the first 10 years, you'll be wealthier than most people. You understand? In the first 10 years, you'll be ahead of most people. You'll have over $20,000 liquid, most likely, somewhere around there, give or take a few thousand or whatever. It depends on how the market does, but you'll be ahead of most people in the first decade. And then if you do that consistently as a family culture, the same way you consistently pay your light bill, you consistently pay your car note, you consistently pay your cell phone bill, you consistently pay that landlord, you consistently paying all these other people. I'm just telling you to consistently pay yourself. That's where the wealth comes from, right? So these are things where I think proof is very important because there's so many scams and so many just things that are built off of really selling hope and possibility, right? And so effectively, what I want you to really be conscious of is that there's a lot of stuff out here that people call investing that isn't investing at all. And just like I said in that little skit, it not only is it not investing, it ain't even good gambling. It ain't even good gambling. Some of that stuff is the markets. When people say, "Well, Doctor, what's the financial markets are manipulated?" I say, absolutely, crypto markets are manipulated. You know, just like if I go to L.A. and I go to the wrong street, I could get robbed. If I go to the wrong street in L.A., I could get robbed. I could get killed. But that don't mean I'm gonna get killed just because I went to LA. You know, say if I go to LA all the time and I don't think I ever got killed unless I'm speaking to you as a ghost. Okay. I don't think I ever got killed, but then again, maybe dead people don't even know that they're dead. So maybe I'm doing a podcast from heaven and I don't even realize I'm dead. I don't know. But what I'm saying to you is that at the end of the day, what I want you to know is the difference between real investing and fake investing. Your cousin's liquor store that you put your life savings into, that's not healthy investing. That's very, very risky. A lot of us will put a lot of money into something that where there's no proof of concept. Right. A lot of people, for example, a lot of people think that if I have the best idea in the world, I can go to a bank or go to my family or go to somebody and they'll put money behind my idea. That almost never ever happens. That almost never happens. An idea is just an idea. And if you haven't got a track record to show that you have that you've been able to execute an idea, that you've been willing to sit there and spend years and years and years implementing the idea to make it, to refine it, to make it work, then a lot of people aren't going to invest in you. You know, there's a big difference. I mentor a young man who's about 20 years old. He's been working for me for about 2 or 3 years. And he really wanted to work for me, and I said, working for me is hard because I don't have a lot of time for BS. So just do what you're supposed to do, so I don't have to fire you, like, because I had to fire some of my kids. And I hire my kids. I eventually hire them back, but I'll say, okay, you ain't ready. We'll talk again in 5 years. Maybe you'll be ready then. And I was telling him, I said, one thing I need you to understand is I need you to realize that if we're working together, I need you to not BS me. Do not play with me. Do not lie to me. Do not tell me that you're going to finish something and you don't do it. Do not bring me a bunch of excuses. Because I said there's different types of people in the world. There's people that really get things done, that that really make money or whatever it is, and then there's people that talk about it, and there are people that plan to do things and don't actually finish. I said I like to believe I'm in that latter category. I like to believe that the things I work on are real and that they actually get finished, and that that some of them generate real revenue or whatever. And because I've got real people to feed. Everything has to be real. It can't be built on excuses or just a bunch of talk or whatever. I said, and what you'll find is that people who are really getting real things done, they're very busy and they don't have time for BS. A lot of times, people that are getting real things done, they can smell BS. They know the difference between a talker and a doer. They just do. That's why I talked to you guys about, how Diddy used to do all that talking about what he was going to do, and then it would never actually happen. And so what I'm saying to you is I want you to have, just as an awareness, from an awareness standpoint, know the difference between the people in your life who really, really are built on substance versus those that are built on talking and flash. Because there's a lot of emotional energy in the world and in our community. I think that our people are very spiritual, emotional people. So when you get together, there's a lot of like excitement and like, we gonna do this and we gonna do that. A lot of AC Salam is a great term, future talking. Like this is what we gonna do and we gonna do this and do that and do that. And sometimes, unfortunately, if you're not trained or raised to have the discipline to connect your energy with your actions, then nothing happens. There's just a bunch of talking and then it all just dissipates. Like when we started the All Black National Convention, a lot of people were like, oh, they're just gonna get together and talk and do a rah-rah and then everybody's gonna go home. It's like, no. We're really completing things. We're getting things done, real things done. I can show you what we're doing, right? So really, I want you to just know the difference between the two. The energy and the enthusiasm is incredibly important. It can be the initial spark that really gets you going, But the thing that drives you long term is going to have to be discipline. There's going to have to be some discipline. So when you talk about investing, and I'm actually going to, so some of you just came in, so I'm going to play the skit one more time. Since y'all seem to like it, did y'all like it? It seems like y'all liked it. I don't know. I hope you liked it. Anyway, since y'all seem to like it, I saw a lot of your comments. But then again, I guess the people who thought it was stupid are going to be quiet. I have no idea. But anyway, I'm going to play it one more time. And then, but then I want us to really sort of examine it in terms of understanding what's being said here, so you'll get it. And also, I don't want anybody to be offended by this. Please don't get offended if you've made these mistakes. We all make mistakes. We all do things wrong. We all mess it up sometimes. So don't think I'm blasting you or dogging you or whatever. Okay. So let me share the screen one more time. And again, this skit is on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. And also, I want to remind everybody, make sure you get on that text list so I can text you in the morning when we have class. You can do that by texting the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you'll be on the list. That's morning to 87948. All right, so here we go. It's called The Secret to Horrible Investing. All right, so let me hit that play button again. Okay, there we go.
And Dr. Boyce, investing is a bunch of bullcrap. It's a bunch of bullcrap. I've been investing like crazy. You've been investing like crazy. I invested in my cousin's liquor store. I bought me a whole lot, about $50,000 worth of Dogecoin. You think that's investing? I was in the whole blessing loom. We got to bless the community. I got the emails. I forwarded the emails. I put in my $400 that was supposed to turn into $40,000. If all four of us had put in our $4,000, we would have had $40,000 apiece. Blessing. All right. So I think this investing stuff is stupid, man. You're up here lying to people. I hate to tell you this, man, but that's not really investing. What? A lot of the get-rich-quick schemes that you see on the internet, that doesn't count as investing. That's not even good gambling. Even good gambling is not that because your cousin got bad credit. He's never run a business before, because he was, after the 10 years in jail, it was hard to run a business in jail. The blessing loom, that's what they call a pyramid scheme. Those are illegal. Let me just tell you for a second about investing, man. Look, investing is actually when you make consistent investments in things that are solid, like the S&P 500, real estate, a healthy small business, things like that. And it doesn't happen overnight. I hate to tell you this, my friend, but to really build wealth, you're gonna have to make a sacrifice. Well, I'm trying hard, and So you're saying that liquor stores and Dogecoin that's not okay. All right, you're slow and steady. You want to make that steady money, that sturdy money, not that fake fast money, because that fast money, it is the won't last money. And come see us in the Black Business School. I teach a class every single morning, Economic Elevation. It's totally free. You can join us, man. Just go to that link. Man, thanks, Dr. Boyce. I'm gonna see you in class, brother.
All right. So anyway, so just to kind of summarize, and I appreciate y'all. I felt a little bit weird sharing it, but I didn't share it with anybody yet. So y'all the first ones. So ultimately, what I'll say to you is the point of that. And again, I'm not making fun of your of anybody that dealt with incarceration, because that was big in my family. My father went to prison, and also my older brother / uncle went to prison. So not making fun of that at all. But what I will say though is, if you point to the first point about investing in your family and or your friend's business or whatever, it's okay to support each other and to help each other out, but there's a process, right? There should be good contracts. You should make sure that the person is a good steward of your resources. The other thing that people don't really think about a lot is liquidity. And we talked about liquidity and what liquidity is. All liquidity really is how easily can something be converted into cash? If I make an investment in your business, can I, if I make an investment in your business, can I get my money out if I need it? If I can't get my money out, then my money is going to be tied up. And so that is one of the factors in investing, whether you're talking about your business or somebody else's business, that you really want to keep in mind. So one of the reasons, for example, I like selling stock options is because you can set up something that's the equivalent of a business. that doesn't require much work and has a really good ROI. And also, it's incredibly liquid. So, liquidity is something to think about. Same thing when you talk about even real estate deals. I know people that have gotten into real estate deals and cannot get out. I sat there one time with a brother who reached out. He wanted to do a one-on-one consultation with me, and we were talking. And he said, I had $750,000 saved, and I put it all into a real estate deal, and I can't get my money out, and the deal's not going well. And I said, well, gosh, I wish we could build a time machine, because you probably should have talked to me before you put the money out there, right? And then there's a lot of other dynamics. Like, I was like, your life savings, like all of your money, one investment, that again, not to make fun of him, but what I will say is that violates one of the most fundamental rules of investing, that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. Never do that. You never put all your money in one place, ever, ever, ever. How many of y'all remember Enron? Anybody remember Enron? How many of y'all old enough? It's about 25 years ago. Anybody remember Enron? Do you know that a lot of Enron employees got wiped out because they had the majority of their retirement savings in Enron stock? And Enron was basically doing whatever they were doing was so illegal that I think the CEO went to prison, the CFO went to prison. Like, it was that bad. And all these people lost everything. And I think that what happened was, the feeling was that, well, look, the stock has done really well all this time. I might as well keep all my money in that stock. No, no, no. When you are fortunate enough, when you've been blessed enough to have one investment that blows up and does really well, the first thought that should come to mind is, how do I spread my money out so I can protect my assets? You have to do that. You do not want to say, I'm gonna let it ride. You go to Vegas and you get lucky. I'll use even a Vegas analogy, and you get lucky. You put down, I don't know, $100, and that 100 turns into 20,000 or something like that, and it's your lucky day. The worst thing in the world to do is to say, let me bet the whole 20,000 and see if I can turn it into 100. You want to then go into protection mode. Just like in sports, a lot of y'all know in sports, I watched the Celtics and the Mavericks play last night. The Celtics are just kicking the Mavericks' butt. And when the Celtics got the lead, and it was a big lead, the goal at that point is not to extend the lead. The goal is to protect the lead, right? So when you get the lead in investing, your mindset must shift to protection mode. People like the Warren Buffetts of the world, they're not trying to get rich. They're spending their energy trying to stay rich. So when you find that good opportunity, which you will, because your economic awareness is higher, because we've been hanging out every morning, so you're going to see the opportunities. When you can see the money, you'll eventually be the money. Eventually, you will be blessed with some opportunity that's going to walk by you, and because your economic awareness is high, you will see the opportunity. You won't be poor. You won't be poor. Poor stands for what? What does poor stand for? Passing over opportunities repeatedly. Poor people tend to not have strong economic awareness. Not making fun of people that are poor. I was born poor. I grew up poor. But what I'm saying, though, is that at some point, you have to understand that poor is also a mindset. So if all I'm doing is getting on the internet and paying attention to everything other than my economic stability and my economic success, then I'm not going to be very good at spotting economic opportunities. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, how can I be good at something that I'm not even conscious of trying to get better at? How am I going to be good at anything if I don't practice? If you don't practice, then you'll never be good. You can't be good at something that you're not practicing. What kind of world do you think we live in? It doesn't work that way. So what I'm saying is, the fact that you've been practicing, and I applaud you for that, means your awareness is higher. When your awareness is higher, you see things other people don't see. And when you see things other people don't see, you're going to see an opportunity, grab it. It's going to turn out well for you. And then what I pray for you, what I really want you to do is, once you get that opportunity, is I want you to go into protection mode, to say, okay, now I got something good. Let me protect it. And it might not even be just money, right? I got an opportunity to be with my wife and marry her. I said, I got something good. Let me figure out how to protect it. Let me go ahead and lock down this asset in my life called Dr. Alicia Watkins, and let me protect that. So a lot of times when you get those wins in investing, it's not just in the form of money. Remember, most wealth is not money. Never, ever forget that. Okay. All right. So anyway, That's it, guys. I'm gonna finish up for today. I try to keep these in 30 to 45 minute chunks. Thank you for for being kind about my little skit. Again, I'm not no comedian, but sometimes it's fun to laugh about stuff. So now that y'all kind of pumped me up, I might do another one at some point. And also, just a reminder, tonight we are doing Prime 101. If you want to learn how to generate income selling stock options, it's a great way to make money. We're doing something for beginners, and so I will text you all a link if you'd like to join us. Some of you are already in the Prime program. Prime members get in for free, and I'll send you guys a text. And the if you are not on the text list, here's how you get on there. Just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. I'll send the link out this afternoon. We're going to meet tonight at 8 p.m. And those of you that are in the Prime program, log in because I put a new moneymaker grid in there in terms of stocks that where you can sell the options and make some money. It's a really great way to make money. It's how I make my money. So if you're curious, I encourage you to take a look. I think you're going to like what you see. So anyway, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. And it was cool to hang out with you. And I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Bye. You can get a copy at powernomics.com as well as all of his books. And I hope you will support him. As you guys know, I always ask you all to support him because if he didn't give the permission for me to teach this class, I wouldn't be teaching it. And he gives his blessing 100%. And basically says that we can, that he's proud of us. He's proud of us for getting together and educating ourselves. And he sends his regards. He is not doing well as he's getting older. He's 90. And so with age comes some challenges. And so he's a strong man, but there is no such thing as Superman. So he's doing his best, and he wants me to tell you all hello. And so anyway, with that said, though, one thing Dr. Anderson talks a lot about in his book is culture. And in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I go even deeper into culture in terms of us establishing a culture that is a winning culture. Like, the NBA championship, which recently started, is basically featuring two teams that have a winning culture. And if you don't have a winning culture, if you have a losing culture, then you're not going to win very many games. And so one of the things that is required if you want to have a winning culture is you have to actually have candid, honest conversations with yourself. And so one conversation that I wanted to discuss had to do with there was a rapper that just passed away this week. I think her name was Enchanted or something like that. I didn't know much about her, and she seemed pretty young. I think she was in her 20s, and it was from what I understand, it had to do with drugs. She was struggling with drugs, and so this is something that I think has to be kind of talked about in an honest way if we're ever going to achieve our goals, if we're ever going to honestly reflect on where we are and where we need to be. And before I even dig into that, though, I don't want to be rude. I want to say hello to all of you that came in. So let me just say hi to some of you in the chat really quick. Tara says, I just read that. She was 26. Yeah, it is sad. Shaniqua, good to see you. Levon, good to see you out of Kansas City, Kansas. Okay, KCK, not Casey Mo. Let's see, Marie Frazier, I see you. Alicia Anders, Aaron, Derek, I see you. James Brown, Calvin McWilliams, Khalil, good to see you, Khalil, Aisha Verzi, Valerie Page, Gerald, Kendall Green, Tara Redmond, I already said hello to Tara Redmond, Ryan Jackson, Dr. Vibe, Natasha, Albert Robinson, good to see all of you. So forgive me for jumping right into the topic. I did not mean to just sort of jump into the subject. But anyway, give me a yes if you heard about this rapper that passed away this week. Let me know if you heard about that. I think that we as a community have to, as we talk about wealth and we talk about what it means to really have a secure community. You guys know every single morning we do economic consciousness training, financial consciousness training, economic awareness. And in that conversation, we talk extensively about what it means to be aware of the economics around you. You cannot acquire something if you're not aware that it exists. If I am ExxonMobil and I want to make money drilling for oil and selling gasoline at the pump, I have to have an awareness of where the oil is located. And then I have to have an awareness on how to develop a plan to go extract that oil, right? Like, for example, right now, Guyana has some of the richest oil reserves in the country, or sorry, on Earth, not in the country, because they are a country, on Earth. And in order for all this wealth to be accumulated from those oil reserves, there has to be some type of awareness. There had to be somebody to search for the oil, used equipment to figure out that the oil was down there. They had to have an awareness that they of what kinds of equipment is needed to extract that oil. They had to have an awareness of what it takes to actually distribute that oil to the refineries to get it prepared so it can be sold as gasoline. So awareness and knowledge and all these things kind of go hand in hand. And so in order for us to really build a prosperous community, and this is where I'm getting at. In order for us to build a prosperous, successful community, I think it's really important that we become aware of just what that looks like. We have to have an awareness of just what barriers might exist that block us from that. So one barrier that we have is we really just have this horrible, toxic culture that's being distributed through hip hop music. Hip hop music and radio stations and the internet and television are distribution channels through which various messages and propaganda get pushed out to young people. Young people don't know who the hell they are. They don't know what they want. They don't even know what they like until adults tell them what they want, what they like. Did y'all know this? I was listening today. I listen to stories all the time. I like to study successful people. I love to study successful companies. And one company, did y'all know this? I did not. I got to look this up. But based on this podcast I was listening to, did y'all know that Dr. Pepper is like one of the leading soda brands on the planet? That literally is right up there, right near Coke and Pepsi. Coke has a big lead, and then Pepsi's kind of like maybe like a little bit behind it, and Dr. Pepper is like right there in the mix. Who would have thought? Dr. Pepper, I don't even drink that crap. But what Dr. Pepper did was they learned from watching how Coke and Pepsi became very popular. Let me tell you how Coca-Cola took the lead. Coca-Cola took the lead not because they created the best soda. Coca-Cola took the lead because they had the best distribution. They worked on developing systems and processes to distribute their brand all throughout the world. And then Pepsi also did their distribution system. And so you have the red distribution from Coca-Cola and the blue distribution from Pepsi, just like Democrats and Republicans, just like Crips and Bloods. It was distribution, distribution, distribution. And that's how they got the power. It wasn't because they made the best soda, it's because they had the best distribution. You got that? Okay, now how did Dr. Pepper get up in the mix? Because Dr. Pepper didn't have no distribution, and their soda tastes like crap sometimes. Not all the time. I just right, but it's okay. I could drink it, but come on, it's Dr. Pepper. Anyway, you know what Dr. Pepper did that was really smart? Dr. Pepper said, "I'm not going to pick the red team or the blue team." Dr. Pepper said, "You know what? We're going to slide up under and work with both teams. We're going to make a deal with both sides, so we get to be distributed with Coca-Cola products, and we get to get distributed with Pepsi products." So they actually said that Dr. Pepper is one of the few brands on the planet. I got to confirm this. So if I'm wrong, then I'm just wrong, and I apologize for that. But I had to share this with y'all because I just learned this today. Apparently, Dr. Pepper, if you go to different restaurants, there are, they have people that go to restaurants and they'll test the waiters and stuff, and they'll say, "Can I have a Pepsi?" Or better yet, they'll say, "Can I have a Coke?" And you have Pepsi, you're supposed to say, "No, we don't have Coke, we have Pepsi," and correct them. And if you don't, then apparently you get in trouble or something. Dr. Pepper, I think, is one of the few soda brands that gets distributed in Pepsi locations and in Coke locations. They can go into Crip territory and Blood territory and get money in both places. Now, again, I got to double check this. I'm going to study this because I thought it was really fascinating. But let's circle back to distribution. So Coca-Cola became the most powerful brand, not because it had the best soda, but because it had the best distribution. Why is that important? Well, because one of the things that white American corporations have been able to master is the art of business models and distribution. We are the people that are probably the best at production. We create the best product, but then they distribute the products, which means at the end of the day, they end up making all the money. If you want to know why Tyler Perry in his Medea dress are worth $1 billion, it's because Tyler Perry also figured out that the distribution was the key to the wealth, not the production. I know 1,000 Black filmmakers and writers, producers, and directors who still haven't learned that. They think, "Oh, I can sing the best. I sing better than Beyonce." Yeah, but you don't have distribution. Yeah, I made the best chicken soup in South Carolina. Yeah, but do you have the distribution? I'm just as talented as that guy on TV. Yeah, but do you have distribution? Because he was on TV and the radio and all over the internet. You know distribution, that's really marketing, and that costs money. You do know Beyonce is a product just like Coca-Cola, and Beyonce is not famous just because she's a beautiful Black woman that can sing. Because there's a 10 million beautiful black women that can sing. She ain't, it ain't because she got all the junk in the trunk and all that. I know plenty of women that got more junk than Beyonce. Whatever it is, well, the beauty, all that. I put my wife up next to Beyonce any day of the week. But the point of the matter is to say that she didn't become famous because she has something unique in terms of what she is, what she represents, or what she created. It's the distribution. It's the distribution, aka the marketing, that makes the difference. So ultimately, here's what I want to get to. Here's where the rope-a-dope has been played on the black community. In the game of hip hop, we had some say in the production side of things. But what rappers had to learn very quickly is that it don't matter how many songs you make in the studio. It don't matter how talented you are. None of that matters if you don't have distribution. If nobody backs you, if no label comes along and says, I'll write a $10 million check to market and promote you, then it don't matter. You can make all the songs you want in your basement. They can be as fire as you want them to be, but if you don't have distribution, then no one is going to see it. Now, the internet's changed that a little bit. Some people luck out and go viral, but for the most part, the money still drives everything. That's why I have an interest in hip hop, is because I know how money drives everything. People think it's about the quality of the lyrics. No, Drake and Kendrick Lamar are great rappers, but I know a lot of rappers that you'll never hear about who are just as good as they are. So hip hop, by virtue of the fact that there are other people who control the business side of hip hop. There are other people who control the distribution. They've used hip hop as a way to funnel through messages that are very, very harmful to young black kids. They don't distribute rappers that have messages that are going to empower or educate young people. They don't distribute messages that are going to teach you how to build wealth. They're not putting $10 million behind rappers saying, listen to Dr. Boyce, do the $5 a day plan, invest for your kids, build wealth, get education, be healthy, love the black woman. They don't do that. They distribute, women twerking and people getting high on drugs and people killing each other and people talking about the most harmful sides of life, right? The parts of life that put 26-year-olds in a casket. So when I saw this young lady die, one of the things that I thought was really unfortunate is that there is no clear pathway to a relevant, meaningful conversation that gets had whenever a rapper goes down, right? There's nobody that stops and says, hold up, what are we doing here? Like, wait, we need to talk about this for a minute. Why are you distributing harmful messages to our children? Now, there's nobody saying that. And what's crazy to me is not only are very few people talking about this, but when somebody does talk about it, there's usually a Negro standing there saying, oh, you just be hating. Or why you be hating? You sound like an old man. You just be hating. And it's crazy to me. So a lot of that opposition doesn't really come from the voices of white people. It comes from the voices of black people who are so addicted to the poison that they get mad when you say, hey, that poison is killing us. That little girl is 26 who died. She could have been anything. That little girl could have been president. She could have been a rocket scientist. She could have been whatever. But instead, she grew up watching women her age twerking for a living, getting high, doing whatever the culture tells her to do. And so she gets sucked into the culture. This is not a healthy culture. I don't really see just millions and millions of young white kids doing the exact same stuff. I'm not saying white people don't use drugs. I'm not saying white people don't do stupid stuff. I'm just saying that it's very easy for me to go places where I see 10 million white people or 10 million Indians that are interested in computer science or interested in education or trying to get into the best colleges. It's really hard to find that in our community. It's not that it doesn't exist. It does exist. There are people right here in this room. Some of your children are doing amazing things, but you know what I'm talking about. When I can turn on Instagram and I'll see some rapper who can barely pronounce words, who gets high and drunk all the time, who's gonna die an early death, in a horrible death, doesn't even take care of his own kids, and he'll have 80,000 people watching him on Instagram because everybody thinks that whatever he's talking about is so lit and so important, and he ain't even really talking about nothing. I kid you not, I saw an Instagram where Nicki Minaj was talking to another rapper. I forgot the rapper's name. And they literally were sitting there not saying anything. He didn't know. I think it was one like baby. He doesn't have baby. It was either little baby or the baby or baby. But everybody want to be a baby. I never wanted to be a baby. The only time I wanted to be a baby was when I was 2. I haven't wanted to be a baby since I was 2. Even when I was 4, I wanted to be a grown man. So I don't know why rappers call themselves baby, but whatever. Anyway, so she's sitting on Instagram with this rapper, Lil Baby, and they're not even talking. He doesn't know what to say, and she doesn't know what to say to him. And so they're sitting there in complete silence for 5 minutes. And I looked and I saw 50,000 people watching two rappers sit there and look at each other because neither one of them knew what to say. And I thought that was so fascinating because I said that it's not that often it's rare that you'll see 50,000 Black people sitting there watching two scientists discuss the cutting edge of AI, or watching two Black attorneys discuss the legal implications of how to build a family trust, or watch two Black scholars debate how we can solve the racial wealth gap. But it's very easy to find in Instagram where you got two rappers talking about absolutely nothing, nothing beneficial for your life, that will have tens of thousands of people that are watching that conversation. So to me, what I think it really has to sort of happen, and this is just something I wanted to mention before we jump into the book. We're going to start reading Dr. Anderson's book in a second. It's time for us to be honest with what's really going on. You know, you got a whole class of people, millions and millions and millions of your people that have literally been dipped in poison. Like their whole spirit has been dipped in poison. And let me tell you this, it is more dangerous than you think. It's more dangerous than you think because this class of individuals that have been hit by this poison, again, this is an aspect of white supremacy. The white supremacy, in my view, shows up and not just in the distribution of the poison, because they're not doing this to their kids, they're doing it to your kids. They're not Jewish people aren't doing this to their children. They're doing it to your kids. Okay, let's just be clear. And then also, and white people aren't doing it to their children. They're doing it to your children. Asian people are not doing it to their children, but they love when your children do this. But also, when you talk about the drugs that are being marketed to them, remember it's illegal to market things like cigarettes to children. Did y'all know that? The government makes that illegal. It's not legal. You can't even market. I don't think you can market alcohol to children, but through hip hop, they're able to market drug abuse to children. That's kind of a loophole. And I was on an airplane one time with a Black man who happened to be a federal marshal. And this federal marshal, one thing that he told me that was really interesting, he said, I really care about the Black community and it makes me mad. He said, I fight with my boys because they call me a sellout because of the stuff that I say. And I said, why do they call you a sellout? He said, because I just tell the truth about what I'm seeing in the street. He said he worked with he was a federal marshal and he did something with drug enforcement. And he said that they are killing you because they're marketing drugs to your children that you can't come back from. That when a 16-year-old, he says some of these drugs are so bad that when you get hooked on that dope at 16 years old, you're never gonna be normal ever again. You can't say, well, man, I had a bad phase. I was getting high a lot when I was from 15 to 17. Now I'm all together. Now I'm good. No, because when they fry the shit out of your brain, excuse my French, when your brain is fried, some of those neurons are never going to grow back. They're not. It's like if somebody saws off your left arm, you can't say, well, they sawed off my left arm, but now I'm doing better. I'm gonna grow my left arm back. No, you're not. The best that's going to happen now is you're going to get you're just gonna have to get used to living life with one arm because that left arm ain't growing back. Some things you can't come back from. That's what I'm saying. He said, and this is what he said. He said, I have to study these drugs and I care about our kids. And people don't understand how dangerous it is that they are getting young people at 14, 15, and 16 years old to get hooked on drugs that will destroy your brain cells to the point where even when you think you're clean, you're never normal again. You're bipolar for the rest of your life. You got mental health issues for the rest of your life. So a lot of times people will say, no, it wasn't drugs. He had a mental illness. You don't understand how those two things can be connected, do you? Do you not understand how one can facilitate the other? Right? Maybe if I have a mental health issue, I self-medicate with drugs, but maybe the drugs throws in a chemical imbalance in my brain that makes it impossible for me to self-regulate. Right? So I just really think I don't know how to change these policies. I just know that if you ever want to know why I'm just seem to be kind of mad all the time, it's because I'm sick of it. I'm just sick and damn tired of it, and it drives me crazy, and I cannot sit here and go along with it. We'll go along with anything that's cool. They literally could be selling you rat poison on a stick. And if it's cool, everybody's going to think rat poison on a stick is cool. And somebody's got to say, I'm not trying to be one of your little friends no more. I'm not trying to fit in. I'm not trying to be cool. I'm not trying to get you to like me. I'm here to tell you the truth. And there are some people who are telling the truth. And then what happens is somebody dies and somebody comes along and says, maybe we shouldn't be marketing drugs to our kids. And then somebody says, oh, that's mean. You shouldn't have said that. You're being insensitive. So what are you going to do? What, let your kids die and then boo-hoo about it every time and then act like you care because you don't acknowledge why they died? When Whitney Houston died, very few people sat back and said, maybe we shouldn't just sit and cheer along when our greatest heroes are taken down by drugs. Maybe we have to have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to this stuff, or it's going to keep on happening over and over again. So you act like you care, but really you don't care. Because if you care, you do something about it. That's it. So that's my 2 cents on it. That was on my mind today. And the truth is that part of the reason that this distribution of bad culture gets in the way of your wealth is because a lot of you know what it's like to try to build anything when you got a drug addict in the family. A lot of y'all know what it's like when you're trying to have a stable household and your daddy's hooked on dope. My daddy was a drug addict, so maybe that's why I take this personally. My daddy went to prison for drugs. My other daddy, the father that raised me, also got introduced to heroin when he was in Vietnam. He walked away from that. He walked away from drugs. So that was a tale of two Boyces, basically. So ultimately, and then if you look at a lot of these young kids out here, particularly those under the age of 30, many of them, if you look in their history and you hear their story, I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, drugs is in there somewhere. If you listen to I listen to all their stories very carefully. Usually it's a single parent household. There's no father around. And then when they say, well, what happened to your parents? One of three things tends to pop up: drugs, prison, or death. Drugs, prison, or death. So you have a whole segment of the Black community where the entire culture is built around drugs, prison, or death. And it's so present, the presence of drugs, prison, and death is so prevalent that it gets to the point where if you don't have drugs, prison, or death as part of your upbringing, there are people who say that you ain't really Black, that you ain't really gone through nothing. Like we really get into that struggle Olympics where we like to brag about how terrible it was growing up surrounded by that. And then you see what happens to them when they get a little bit older, and these really bad decisions get made as a result of that. And a lot of this unhealed, untreated trauma shows itself just through everything. I mean, bad reproduction choices. Like, why is that you hate your baby daddy, but you loved him a year ago? Why is that man the father of your children? Or why are your kids now crying because they don't have a dad, just like you didn't? This is incredibly unhealthy. And the thing is that it's enough for me to sit here and yell about it. And I'm not going to keep doing that. I promise I'm going to stop. But I think also there's a point where you got to step back and realize the value of consciousness. I think that what's happened is they've stolen from some of our people, they've stolen their consciousness. And that's why I do an economic consciousness class every morning. It's because I said, if you're conscious, if you sit back and you look at your life, you look at your choices, you look at the cause and effect, you look at the long-term effects of the decisions that you're making, you start to look back and say, whoa, wait a minute, that's not how I want this story to end. And so what I'm looking for a few conscious people, a few people who get it, a few people who don't think I'm hating, a few people who don't think I'm being too serious, a few people who actually want something better for the community, to basically say, we're tired of this nonsense. This is crazy. I don't like seeing 26-year-old beautiful young girls dead for something that was completely preventable. You know how many Black people die from things that could have easily been prevented? You know how many problems you have that could have been easily solved? We always start off talking about the wealth problem, which I told y'all that's easily solvable. The wealth problem is not hard. It's not hard to figure out how to make a Black person wealthy. I've explained that. We talk about that every morning. Every morning. It's not hard to explain how to have wealth. Wealth is easy. You just have to make a plan, and you have to have some delayed gratification. And if you do, then you're fine, right? But the other problems that are not hard are the death and health problems. So many of our health problems are easily preventable. You know that when they list the top 10 causes of death, this is really almost funny in a way. When they list the top 10 causes of death for white people, it's usually stuff that they can't really help because, they ain't got our genes. I'm not saying that they're inferior or nothing like that, but genetically, we're kind of tough in certain areas. I don't know if they have that. I think that's why they're afraid of us making babies with their men and their women, right? But most of their causes of death are things that they can't prevent. But for Black people, about 70, 80% of the list is stuff that's preventable, like diabetes, heart disease, strokes, stuff like that, right? So really, when we think about the obstacles that are getting in our way, in terms of things that are keeping us from reaching our potential, our greatest obstacle really is us. It's really us. If we got out of our own way, I don't think anybody can stop us. I really believe. I believe that if you have a Black man or Black woman that's healed and determined and focused and conscious about what they want to do, where they want to go, I don't think anything can really stop them. I don't. This is not 1845. This is 2024, and I do believe that we have a lot more opportunities than we think. All right. So let me read to you again, because y'all know me. I'm gonna be hard on our people, but I don't let white folks off the hook. If you're white and you in here, you did something to your ancestors. You need to go talk to your people about this too. And what we're going to talk about is something that Dr. Claude Anderson has in his book. His book is called The Black History Reader. And the Black History Reader, you can get a copy of the book at powernomics.com. And also, just a reminder, everybody, if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, that's free and it happens 7 days a week. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And if you text morning to 87948, or if you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can join for class tomorrow. Okay, we do this every single day, and you guys seem to like it. I took your survey results, and pretty much all of you loved it. So that's really good to know. All right, so let's keep going here. So Dr. Anderson tells something else that you probably did not learn in school, which is that they stole a whole bunch of money from us. And one of the things that he wants you to know about are things like the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen's Bank, things like that. And this is question 46 on page 142 of the Black History Reader. And he says here, how were programs like the Great Society and the Freedmen's Bureau subverted from their original intent to help Blacks? So they were supposed to help Black people, and then they subverted the original intent and they stopped it. Just like in Oklahoma, I don't know if y'all heard, but they've been suing for reparations for what happened in Black Wall Street. And our good friend Demario Solomon Simmons was actually the head attorney on the case. And the case was just thrown out by the Oklahoma Supreme Court, which is an absolute tragedy that they would throw the case out. It's also tragic and sad that the survivors from the original Black Wall Street massacre had to be the plaintiffs in the case. These people are 107, 108 years old. You should not be dragging around a 108-year-old person or people for a lawsuit. This should be something that should go to the community. It should be something that benefits the descendants of the individuals involved. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that the actual individuals involved in the incident have to go to court in order for things to happen. That's crazy to me. 102, she was 102. I thought there was somebody else that was like 106 or 107. I got to double check that. But their ages, they were all over 100, I think. I think every one of the plaintiffs was over 100 years old. I mean, come on now. That's almost comically ignorant. And the fact that the state of Oklahoma doesn't want to do what's right on behalf of the people in the Greenwood area is atrocious. The fact that the city of Oklahoma, the city of Tulsa should be doing more for those individuals, and the people in that community need to demand that. I'm sorry. That's why I always tell y'all, don't be coming asking for my vote, but don't come ask me for nothing if you ain't doing right by me. If you ain't doing right by me and the people that I care about, don't you ask me for nothing. And I'll be damned. I dare you to try to bully me into voting for somebody. Don't you come in my face on you got to go vote for Biden. I'll fight you. I'll fight you. And it's always some Negro forcing you to. I said, I had a fight. Somebody that I cared about who was yelling at me because I wasn't going to do what she did at the polls. And I said, I don't know who you're talking to, but you need to understand the Republicans are not the only people that are trying to suppress the Black vote. Right now, what you're doing is voter intimidation. This is voter suppression. You're trying to bully me into doing something without giving me a logical reason why it's the best choice for me. I'm not telling you what to do. I've never told any of you who to vote for or what to do when you get to the polls. Have I? Give me a yes if you know this. Give me a yes if you've heard me talk about this. I don't ever tell anybody who to vote for. And I've been accused by some people in Chicago. Dr. Boyce is telling Black people not to vote. No, I'm telling Black people that they have a choice. I'm giving black people something that your ass should have gave them a long time ago, but you won't give them, which is freedom. Freedom means you choose what you want to do. Freedom does not mean that I get in your face. You're supposed to job. You better do what I'm saying. You don't vote. If y'all don't vote, I'm gonna. What that is bullying. Stop bullying people. You call Trump a bully? Well, if you're the one in my face forcing me to do something I don't want to do, violating me in that way, that's a violation. Yes, it is. Then you're just as bad as the opposition. Do you do you, I'm going to do me, period. And I've just told you, I've made it very public and very clear. If I don't see a reason to participate, I'm not doing it. I'm not trying to get on the Negro train because the Negro train is the one that they're driving off the cliff. The black people train, the one where you follow the other sheep and do exactly what everybody else is doing, that's the one that leads to more struggle. That's the one that leads to broken families, broken communities. That's the one that leads to broken educational systems. That's the one that leads to poverty. Why in the hell do I want to fit in or be a part of that? I'm not getting on that train to head it to nowhere. I'm not doing that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm not here to tell you to do anything except what's best for you. And if you have a problem with me saying that, I cannot help you. I don't know what to say. Are you telling me that you're supposed to do something just because everyone else is doing it, even if you can't prove to me that it actually works? That is so illogical. So anyway, let me keep going here. So Dr. Anderson says here that the Great Society program of the 1960s and the Freedmen's Bureau 100 years earlier were both created to correct Black problems that stem back to slavery. So this was an example of a time where they created programs to fix issues that that had come about because of the way they dealt with African Americans. So in multiple instances, pay attention to this, in multiple instances in history, they have tried to do the right thing, kind of, right? They've tried to remedy things, right? So after, for example, after slavery, you had Reconstruction, where they were trying to do the right thing, and they got down the path of doing the right thing, and then they lost their political will. And then, or some, I think Andrew Jackson or whoever came into office, and then suddenly everything's derailed, everything's gone. And then, so this sounds like another example of that, where they were like, yeah, there are some things we need to do to fix things for Black people. And then they kind of went down a path, and then they lost their political will. Well, with DEI and affirmative action, they were trying to create a program to correct some of what they did to African Americans, and then they lost their political will. Right? In Vietnam, we were kind of going down a certain path where we had a certain policy about Viet Cong and communism and all that. And the Vietnamese people got behind or got connected to the United States thinking that we were going to be consistent. And then we lost our political will. Do y'all notice a pattern here? Do you notice a pattern? Do you understand the pattern? The pattern to me, what the pattern says to me is that you probably should not depend on people who are not dependable. You should probably not expect things from people who have a habit of saying one thing and doing another, or doing something for a little while and then losing interest. This is the consistent pattern. That's what I'm getting at. In fact, the whole Iran-Contra affair, what was that? They had a war. They were doing something in Nicaragua, I guess. Was it Nicaragua? I'm trying to remember. It was, remember Oliver North and Reagan and all that. So they had all this thing where they were backing a rebel group in Nicaragua, and the rebel group aligned itself with the Sandinistas. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan knows it better than me. The Sandinistas, and they were aligned with the U.S. They were like, okay, the U.S. has our back. That's our homie. They're going to help us to do whatever we're doing down in Nicaragua. And so the U.S. is like, yeah, we got you, bro. Keep doing it. And then all of a sudden, the U.S. is like, oh, well, we can't fund it anymore. They lost their political will. And the whole Iran-Contra affair, the crack that ended up in the Black community, was a result of them having to back channel Congress to let them sell their drugs so they could raise money to keep fighting the war because they lost their political will. So my point is to say that this is the pattern. And this is the thing that I bring to my friends who expect me to somehow falsely believe that most of the problems in the Black community are going to be fixed by white people. I don't hate white people. I don't dislike them at all. I kid you not. I have lots of white friends, if that helps, right? But I will say this: I don't believe you. I don't believe anybody outside of the Black community cares enough about the Black community to fix problems in the Black community. If we don't fix it, it won't get fixed. And in fact, not only do I not have faith in the white community to fix problems in the Black community, I don't have faith in about 40, at least 40, 50% of the Black community to fix problems. So I think 40% of the Black community, at least, maybe about 60, 70%, is brainwashed and hypnotized, right? On this false idea that somehow you're going to get some Superman from the white community that's going to come in and save you. So while you're distracted and you're hypnotized, I'd rather talk to people who understand a different reality. The reality to me is one that says that even if our solution is imperfect, it has to come from us. Even if the model isn't quite working right, we have to have our own model, right? That means if I had it my way, I would have Black children educated by Black people, even if the schools are not as good. Because I believe that what we build and what we create and that which we do is going to have much more impact than us trying to get on the bus with somebody else who we think is going to get the job done. Right? Like, so for example, I believe this, and most people don't believe this, but let me tell you what I believe. I honestly don't care a whole lot that Barack Obama was president of the United States. I don't. I don't dislike the guy. I don't. Like him, I admire him. I think he's very smart. I think he represents the country very well. But I personally think Barack Obama could have been more effective instead of running for president of the United States. If his goal had been to help the Black community, he could have been more effective by simply, say, being the president of an HBCU or raising money for some independent Black business that employed 100,000 Black people or something like that. I think he'd be much more effective that way, because what happens is, sure, you don't have the same amount of power, but all the energy you have is going right to the bloodstream. It's like small amounts of focused energy can be more impactful than large amounts of unfocused energy. Do you understand? Like the sun is very powerful. The sun has a lot of energy in it, right? Follow this analogy, please. The sun has a lot of energy, but it's spread pretty thin. Right? The sun has to heat up the entire solar system. So all that energy is spread out. So when you feel the sun, you know it's there. And sometimes you really know it's there. Like it's 80, even when it's 80, 90 degrees, you feel it, but it's not burning you, right? It's not killing you. You're just like, whoa, this sun is nice and warm. It feels good out here, right? So everybody feels the sun, but you're not feeling the full power of the sun, right? Like it was a laser all condensed. It would go right through your body if you did that, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Okay, so now imagine this. Imagine if instead of taking the power of the sun, imagine if I took 1/1 billionth of that power, not even a billion, a 1/1 trillionth of that power. And I condensed it into a little machine, and I had a little machine that spit out a little laser. And here's the difference, right? So instead of the energy being spread out everywhere, it was very focused energy. You follow me now? Let me know if you follow me. And the focus energy was in this little laser, and I put all the energy from this little tiny little box, and I put it all in this little laser that's 1/1 trillionth the power of the sun, and I pointed it at your skin. What do you think would happen if I pointed that laser at you? It would go right through your arm. It might kill you, right? Right? Or it could go through rock. You could probably go through steel, right? Why? Well, why? Well, think about it. It's only 1/1 trillionth the power of the sun. It's not, the sun is big and bad and the most powerful thing in the entire solar system. This little box of energy is very small. Like, let's say I could fit it in my hand. Well, the difference is focus. It's focus. See, the reason that you don't have, the reason you have so many ineffective Black faces in high places is because you have a lot of power, but it's not focused power. You understand? If I become the CEO of Microsoft or something, or I become the president of the United States, sure, I've got a lot of power. There's certainly a lot of symbolism in seeing a Black man at the head of a big white company, right? Like the United States or Microsoft or something, right? There's a lot of symbolism, but I can't serve the Black community from that position. I have to serve everybody, right? And remember, Obama used to say that. Obama would be like, well, how can I can't do stuff specifically for Black people. I have to do stuff for everybody. And I get it. I actually understand that. I'm not even mad at him for having to balance that. That must have been very stressful for him. But what I'm saying is that maybe when you're looking at your heroes and you're looking at the people that matter most, maybe instead of looking at a Barack Obama, I would look more appropriately at someone like a Malcolm X or a Louis Farrakhan, Because here you use Malcolm X as an example, and I know that those two had some issues back in the day, but I don't care a lick about any of that. I just love them both, and that's just where I stand. Period. But Malcolm was a guy who spent 99% of his energy focused on the Black community, and so it's the same thing is true with parenting. Imagine if you have two parents of a child. One parent is a billionaire, and the other parent is on welfare. But the parent on welfare is the one that is in the house with the child, taking the child to school every day, feeding the child, there when the child is sick. When the child when the child grows up, who are they going to be more connected to? Their billionaire parent that they only saw twice a year, or to the parent that was there every day that was pouring into them on a regular basis? Which one? Which one? It's going to be the parent that was right there with them every single day. That's the parent they're going to remember. That's the one they're going to care about. That's the one they're going to connect to. So I kind of feel like with leadership, it's the same way. I think that when I'm looking for solutions, I don't look for people on TV and big famous people or people that have important big government positions. I see that as a distraction. I really do. In fact, me heading the Black Business School, I'm a very different man than I would be if I came to talk to you as the president of Yale University. Because if I'm the president of Yale, I ain't got time to really sit around and talk to Black people all day and talk about Black folks all day. I got to think about Yale and all these other people, the Jewish community that's paying the bills, and all these other people. I got to think about them. I can't do this stuff. So what you need really is you need more focused people in the community, and so when you are pouring into the people around you, you are a Black leader. We're all we got. You, me, all of us, our little ragtag band of people who ain't not. I don't think I'm ever going to be that guy on TV. I'm not going to be the guy at the Hollywood parties. Sure, I've met a few celebrities or whatever, but I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm not trying to be Mr. Mainstream and none of that stuff, because that's not where our energy is best used. Our energy is best used when we're right in the space we want to be, solving problems for the people in that space and the people that we care about. So, like John Heinrich Clark said, we don't have any friends. Remember that. So, let me read this to you. It says the Great Society program of the 1960s and the Freedmen's Bureau 100 years earlier were both created to correct Black problems that stem back to slavery. These programs are just two instances where solutions to Black problems were distorted and resources redirected to benefit other non-affected but more preferable groups. Right. So that's the thing. When they come in and they say we're going to do something for Black people, then everybody else says, well, if you're going to take care of the Black people, we need to go ahead of them. Right. So next thing you know, it gets diluted. This happens on a regular basis. The pattern and strategy of diversion have been used throughout the history of this country and are still effective today. It is important to recognize and understand these strategies and patterns. Examination of the life cycle of the Great Society program and the Freedmen's Bureau show how well-intended programs to help Blacks are diverted to help minorities or everyone. The Great Society program, President Lyndon Johnson's 1964 Great Society program, as proposed, was a comprehensive package of socioeconomic programs created during the midst of the Civil Rights era in response to the misery Johnson saw in Black communities and requests from the Civil Rights community. The $3 billion package deal that passed Congress, however, reflected the country's social construct on race, and the benefits were soon spread broadly to everyone. The Great Society program contained social and educational components, but its centerpiece was economic opportunity and jobs in both rural and urban areas. Some of the more notable Great Society programs were the Job Corps, the Neighborhood Youth Corps, the Peace Corps, model cities, Upward Bound, community action programs, the food stamp program, Head Start, Medicare, the Office of Economic Development, and the Regional Development Commission. That's interesting. I didn't know that. My mother used to work at Job Corps. My mother was in Upward Bound. We were on food stamps just a little while. Medicare. Wow, these are very prominent programs. Although unevenly distributed, the entire nation benefited from the Great Society program. In a program designed to correct racial inequalities, Blacks should have received disproportionately higher assistance than whites. In math, if the same function is performed to both sides of an equation, nothing changes. Whites received a disproportionately high share of the funds for economic opportunities, such as business development and the majority of the administrative jobs created in the Great Society program. Poor white communities, especially in the Appalachian Mountains, received special targeted economic benefits. The benefits Blacks received, especially in the urban cities, were primarily in the area of education. Head Start, Upward Bound, distant programs, and a number of college studies programs. These educational programs disproportionately help Blacks, along with students of all races, but to correct the maldistribution of wealth, Blacks needed economic and business development resources even more than social and educational benefits. Those resources were not redirected to them. The lack of direct economic assistance in Black business development was no accident. So effectively, if you're being helped in a way where you're kept in a cage, you're not being helped at all. It's not as if this government or any of these institutions are going to give you the keys to get out of the jail that they made for you. They need you contained. They need you available so they can extract things from you. They can extract resources from you. And some of these programs are good programs, right? Upward Bound, great program. My mother mentions Upward Bound a lot. And again, she worked at Job Corps, right? So nothing wrong with these programs. But the thing about it, and this is why I don't believe true reparations will ever really be paid, is that there has to be something more than just simply saying, we're going to help Black people if they're poor, or we're going to help Black people if they're disadvantaged in some way, or we're going to help Black people get jobs, or we're going to help Black people get into white colleges, right? There has to be some point where there's a focus on ownership and control of resources. It can't just be built on charity. Thank you, Calvin. It can't. Calvin always comes up with the right words. It can't just be built on charity. It has to be built on something more sustainable. In fact, there's a whole documentary on YouTube called Poverty Inc. And in Poverty Inc., they talk about how a lot of these charities that do that, they do that poverty porn where they put those kids with big bellies that are real skinny that, it flies on their face. They put them on TV and you feel bad and you send money. Well, that's a whole business. They say, okay, we need this imagery. We need these people to raise money. So then when they say, well, we're going to help these people in these countries, they'll take the money, they shuffle it amongst themselves. They become the stewards of the resources. So if a charity in France raises $1 billion for the people in the Congo, they're not going to send $1 billion in resources to the Congo. They're not going to support businesses in the Congo. They're going to call up another guy from France and who has a shoe factory or a food factory or whatever, and give him money to make something for the people of the Congo, and he's going to be able to charge a markup. So he'll be able to make a big profit by taking the money from the organization, and then they'll be able to say, we gave 10,000 baskets of bread to people in the Congo. If you really wanted the people in the Congo to be economically independent, you would give them seed capital and training to build factories in the Congo and create jobs in the Congo so they can have some sort of an economic machine in the Congo. You understand? So what drives wealth and prosperity in a region? It's not charity. Charity ain't gonna get you nowhere. Charity will not help you. Charity will not help your children. Charity is not a long-term sustainable option. I'm not saying charity is always bad. I love charity. I do charity as much as I can. But what drives prosperity? Write it down. What drives prosperity is when you have an economic engine. When you want prosperity, you build an economic engine, and that is where you are able to achieve what would be considered to be true equality. True equality is not me getting a chance to go to a white man's university. Equality is when somebody like me gets a chance to own and run and control a university, and white kids are coming to our classes. So equality is not when the white guy gives me a job. Equality is when the white guy comes and works for me. Right? That's what you're really aiming for, because then you have an economic engine that therefore allows you to truly control your outcomes. Right now, what happens is that you either have the Republicans that don't like you very much. They've never been really friends to Black people, generally, depends on how you look at it. And then the Democrats, they kind of are friends to Black people as long as they can exploit us, use us, and also as long as they're in power and they're the ones in control, as long as they get to shape the agenda and they shape the initiatives, right? So ultimately, the question is, what are you in control of? And I would dare to say that I would rather be in control of something small than to be exploited by something big. And generally, in many cases, we are very happy to get a certain job or go to a certain institution or be affiliated with a certain group that's in control that's controlled by other people. We'll buy certain products that are manufactured by companies, and we don't even know who the owner is. We don't know who's benefiting from this money that I'm spending. And so ultimately what Dr. Anderson is really trying to get you to consider through Powernomics is what it really means to play the power game. And the thing about the power game is that it's really hard to play. The power game requires not just a shift in terms of how you use the resources. There has to be a dramatic shift in mindset. You cannot play the power game when you're walking around feeling like you're the biggest victim. You cannot play the power game if you make lots of excuses. You cannot play the power game if you spend all your time feeling sorry for yourself. You can't. It doesn't work that way. Because when you do have power, eventually people hate you. In fact, I look at the Jewish community. The Jewish community is very, very good at playing the power game when it comes to money. I don't care what they say. They want everybody to act like they don't own a whole bunch of shit, but they do. They own a lot of stuff, and I think they should be proud of that. I don't know why they hide that fact, but anyway, they know that having power means that they have a lot of haters. If you ever want to have haters, just go really do something great. If you want a bunch of friends, then just mess your whole life up and get everybody to feel sorry for you, and then they'll all be your friend because everybody loves a loser because they know that you need it. You need a hug because you're losing so much. But when you really start winning, and you're making good choices and you're putting yourself in good situations, and then you start even outshining people in your peer group, you will have some jealousy. You will have some people that are going to say, wait a minute, why she got a good husband? I should have one too. Or why is he driving that kind of car? I should be driving a car like that. Why is I'm just as good as he is. Why does he have all that and I don't? And because people don't want to face the truth, right? The truth is that you worked harder than them. You made different choices. You made different sacrifices. But that's a hard truth to swallow. The easier truth is that you cheated or something's wrong with you, or you really a hoe, or you stole your way to the top. Whatever people want to say, right? So the power game to me definitely requires a shift in terms of us not always walking into every situation feeling like we're supposed to be the damn underdog. I just, and I think what happens is when you see yourself as the underdog, you set very low expectations for yourself. You pat yourself on the back just because you made it through school instead of challenging yourself to make straight A's through school. You're happy to just have a seat at the table instead of challenging yourself to say, I wonder if I can actually build a table. I wonder if me and my friends can get together and build a table. You understand? And the thing about playing the power game, in my view, is that, and I guess I can speak on this honestly, because I do have a little bit of power. I can go places and make things happen and all that, is that when you are trying to really play the game above the rim and play the power game, nobody really feels sorry for you. It's really hard. I mean, it's really hard to swallow that. Like you go through something tough and something happens and it's unfair and you want to cry about it and you want to be sad about it. And we do a lot of crying and being sad. We do a lot of complaining. There's a lot of complaining. If you haven't, let me know if you noticed that. Like, it's just online. Every time something bad happens to a Black person, there's a lot of sadness and complaining and like they always do this to us, that kind of thing. Like that like it's easy to, like there's always a group of people that will cry with you. But really, when you're playing the power game, there's no time for feeling sorry for. There's no time for crying. You can't. No, children don't get to play the power game. You at the grown-ups table now, and the pity parties don't happen when you at the grown-up table. You have to suck it up, put your big boy panties on, big girl panties, big boy drawers on, and keep it moving. And it's hard. It's really hard. Take it from someone who knows. I said big boy panties. That sounded funny. Anyway, let me keep going. Let me keep reading here. All right. So Dr. Anderson says, history is a prologue. History is prologue and often repeats itself. The pattern of diversion is similar to the Freedmen's Bureau created at the end of the Civil War in 1865 and the Great Society program of the 1960s. After the Civil War, radical Republicans, who were the liberals of the day, pushed through civil rights laws as well as the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment of the Constitution to give former slaves rights of citizenship that all non-Blacks already had. These radical Republicans declared publicly that Black ex-slaves could never be freemen if they did not have an economic base and legal protection from their previous white owners. So they said they have to be legally protected and they have to have an economic base. I'm on page 144. The Freedmen's Bureau was therefore established to place newly freed slaves in a protected class and to give them the minimal amount of economic resources that they would need to live as free people. So what they're saying is that you can't be free without your economics. If you don't have your economics, you are not free. They wanted to give them 40 acres, a mule, and $100. But true freedom and self-sufficiency was not to be. Some Blacks acquired a few acres of land on southeastern offshore islands. The Black masses never received the promised economic stake because of opposition from anti-Black Southerners, angry over losing the Civil War, their land, slaves, and their livelihoods, who convinced Congress to corrupt the initial intent of the Freedmen's Bureau by including poor Southern whites as well as the old plantation owners as beneficiaries. So basically what Dr. Anderson is saying in the Black History Reader on page 144 is that when they were giving reparations and compensation to people who lost things, they included Southern plantation owners who had basically rebelled against the government right next to slaves in terms of people that would benefit. The Freedmen's Bureau was initially charged with distributing the land captured during the Civil War to the slaves, along with food, clothing, and a few dollars. The corruption of the Freedmen's Bureau redirected nearly all of the limited resources in land into the hands of the same plantation owners from whom the Union had taken them. Wow. So the Freedmen's Bureau that was supposed to distribute resources to Black Americans was corrupt. And the same plantation owners who enslaved Black people were the ones who got the resources, not the people who deserved them. The plantation owners, Southern citizens, and Confederate soldiers received nearly all of the Freedmen's Bureau's money, clothing, and food that were intended to provide Black ex-slaves an initial economic stake. With the Bureau's funds and resources redirected, the former slaves were forced to survive with no land, no food, no weapons, no tools, no animals, no education, no culture, and no institutions. Southern whites depleted the resources of the Freedmen's Bureau. Once they had the land back, what did they need? Oh, they needed free and cheap labor. So after they took the land, so this is, make sure you're following. According to Dr. Anderson, after they took the land, they said, okay, now we need labor again. We need Negroes working for us. So what did they need after they got the land? They needed labor, free or cheap labor. The agency established to lift the burdens of slavery from Blacks did not come close to fulfilling its mission, and the Union did not want the slaves to come north. So all your little liberal friends in the North, they didn't want you there. They said, yeah, we want you all to be free, but we don't want you here. So you ain't got no friends. Shout out to John Heinrich Clark. The agency, so he says here, the South then was allowed to implement, because the North didn't care, the South was allowed to implement the Black codes that mandated, among other things, that ex-slaves must be in possession of a signed job contract at all times or would be incarcerated. So if you did not work for a white man, they were going to put you in jail. You following this? This is what they did. They all did it. It wasn't just the North, just the South. It was a unified effort. It took actions from the North and the South. The North had to abandon you. The South then was able to exploit you. So the North held you down while the South took things from you that they shouldn't have taken. That was the way the violation happened. They were both co-conspirators in taking your freedom and taking your wealth. If you did not have a signed job contract, you would be put in jail, which pretty much means that you are a slave again. This created the free or cheap labor supply Southern whites needed, and the former slaves were often forced to return to work for their old masters or risk being jailed as vagrants. Since Blacks were denied education and could not read, they could not consummate contracts on their own behalf. This fact alone produced the free or cheap Black labor supply that whites needed in domestic service and on the old farms, and justified Blacks being sent to prison farms and road gangs, which were the approved vehicles through which whites acquired free Black labor. So the prison system was designed to steal Black wealth and much, much more. I mean, prisons are American concentration camps, and I'm waiting. After the whole George Floyd stuff, when we got upset about police shootings that we happened to catch on video, I'm really, really waiting for the day where somebody gives people permission to pay attention to what they're doing to your sons in prison and your daughters in prison. I'm really waiting for somebody to really just, I know that we're real sensitive to what happened to people in Nazi Germany and all that, and I'm sensitive to it too. But I just find it so fascinating. I watched a documentary about Nazi Germany last night. That's what I do. I love World War II documentaries. It's very fascinating to me. And I just really sat there and I said, isn't this interesting that we have so much sensitivity to what happened in Germany in 1942, but we don't understand that that's the same thing happening here. People don't understand this. Did y'all, how many of y'all knew this? How many of y'all knew that Adolf, Adolf, that guy in Germany, how many of y'all knew that Adolf had great admiration for the Jim Crow system in the United States? How many of y'all know that he modeled what the Nazis were doing off of what they were doing in the US? Did y'all know that? He wrote about it. He was like, "Oh, they got." He's like, it was like one pimp studying another. He said, "Man, your pimp hand is strong. You keeping all your Negroes in check." And he literally studied Jim Crow South to form the foundation of what he did in Germany. Yeah. So what's interesting, what's fascinating, this, I mean, I understand. I wish more people did. How am I going to feel sorry for what somebody else went through in another country before I can actually connect emotionally to what happened to us? What happened to us was probably worse, or at least as bad as what's happened to anyone around the world. But one thing that's interesting, and this keeps taking me back to this study, where they said, and this has been true since history, that people are just not as sensitive to Black pain as they are to everyone else's pain. People will have more sympathy for, one white female who goes through something terrible than they do for, say, a Black man that goes through the same thing. When my best friend Greg Wilkins got murdered, got shot in the head in front of his daughter in 1996, right after Tupac died, I'll never forget that when my buddy, he was my best buddy on the track team and everything. When my best buddy got killed, and I'm just falling apart because I'm so sad about this and completely traumatized. I'll never forget that the local newspaper in Louisville, Kentucky, it's called the Courier Journal. Every single day in the paper, they on the headline, they had the death of a white woman. There was a white woman from the suburbs who worked at a bank who got killed. Her murder was on the headline of the paper every single day that week. My friend Greg, his death appeared in the back of the paper in like little tiny print. Like, okay, another dead Black person, who cares? But this white woman who died the same day as my buddy Greg got all the attention in the world. And that was one of my first introductions to how America thinks about race and how we think about the pain that Black people go through. But your pain matters. Your experience matters. Not only does it matter as much as everyone else's, I think that it matters more. That trauma matters. What you went through when you did not have your daddy in the house, that matters. When I lost my daddy, that matters. When my best friend getting killed, that matters. What you went through when your son got shot, that matters. When your other son went to prison or whatever it is, whatever you've gone through, that does matter. What you're going through, that matters. And I just really think we have to take a moment, and this to me is a consciousness thing. I think we have to be conscious and take a moment and really reflect on what's happened to us and what we've had to fight through. A lot of y'all had to fight through a lot just to be in this room right now. I know it because I talk to you. I meet you. I talk to men and women that spent time in prison and are coming back from terrible experiences. I know this, and I really want you to take a moment and give yourself grace. And I know as Black people, we just taught to like toughen up and it's okay. We're supposed to get no. You've been a single mother for 25 years. That shouldn't have happened to you, especially if it wasn't your fault. You've been raising them kids by yourself. I mean, that's stressful. There's so much I think that we experience, so much pain that we have. And I think that because we're so tough, we just kind of work through it. And I really think that sometimes we got to take a moment. And if you're going to have sympathy or empathy for anybody, start with yourself. Give yourself that grace, give yourself that love, and work from the inside out. And then at that point, I think we can take on the world a lot better, because I think that giving yourself grace is also connected to self-love, and self-love is deeply connected to self-confidence. And I can say that I've been on this part of this journey. I'm not done yet. I'm still, every day is a journey. Every day I'm working to get better at this. Because you see, sometimes I'll talk about something that'll make me choked up, like just talking about my friend and pain and all that. I'm like, ooh, I'm feeling it too. I'm starting to feel something on the inside. And some of you see me kind of just like have these outbursts of emotion. It's not, I don't know what's coming. I don't know. So that tells me that even I have things I have to work on, right? But I will say that part of the benefit of the journey that I can say that I've had as a 52-year-old man is that because that self-awareness and that self what's the word giving myself grace and giving myself grace also is connected to giving myself love, and self-love I believe is deeply connected to self-confidence. So when I come in and I say I'm confident about something, or I appear to be confident about something, I'm not pretending to be confident, I'm not trying to be flashy, I really am confident. And the confidence doesn't come from the fact that I know that I'm perfect. The confidence does not come from the fact that I get it all figured out and I can't mess up. The confidence comes from knowing that I might mess it up, that I am imperfect, but it's okay because I'm riding with Boyce till the wheels fall off, and I love that guy. I love him despite his imperfections. I know what he's gone through. I pat him on the back every morning. I tell him you are a good person and you keep on going, right? And so that self love is deeply connected to self confidence. So if you ever want to be confident in yourself, learn how to love yourself and give yourself grace. Forgive yourself for mistakes you've made and give yourself some compassion for what you've had to go through in order to be here, because there's a lot of pain to go around. There's too much pain. And what I really am hoping for, what I really pray for, is that this pain does not have to be there with our children. So like whenever I see a kid cry, I saw a video today where there was a baby daddy and a baby mama fighting or something at the son's graduation. The son's just sitting there crying because he wants to see his daddy and his mama won't let him see his daddy. And he's saying, "Daddy, I love you." And I'm sitting there thinking, man, when we don't fix ourselves, our children are the ones who suffer. And that pain is highly intergenerational. And I just really encourage all of you to heal, whatever that looks like for you. It's a process, I know. So let me keep reading this. Let me keep going. All right. So here on page 145 of the book, The Black History Reader, Dr. Anderson also talks about another diversion technique. And he says both the 1960s Great Society program, designed to transition Blacks out of Jim Crow segregation, and the 1860s Freedmen's Bureau, designed to transition Blacks out of slavery, were created to provide access to resources that Blacks had been denied. The main elements of the diversion process were the same in both programs. The main elements of the pattern were to, one, initially address a horror. This is, I think he's going to actually talk about what I was talking about earlier. I'm not sure. Let's see what he says. He says, initially address a horrible problem peculiar to Blacks. Two, immediately expand the pool of beneficiaries to more preferred groups. And three, to allocate the majority of the program resources to those other groups, leaving Blacks again with the least and the same unresolved problems. So did y'all catch those three steps? Tell me if you've seen this maybe with affirmative action. One, it's initially designed to address something for Blacks. Two, it gets diluted. Everybody gets thrown in there. We're like, oh, well, since we're doing this for Blacks, let's do this for poor white people. Let's do this for Indian people. Let's do this for minorities. Let's do this for white women. Affirmative action, right? And then at the end, you get pushed to the back, and everybody else is at the dinner table eating, and you're sitting on the floor waiting for some scraps. So this is a pattern. This is not just from affirmative action or just from DEI. This has occurred for, really since slavery. So this is what Dr. Anderson teaches us that we don't learn in school. So he says here, fast forward 100 years from the 1860s and the end of Reconstruction to the 1960s and the end of the Jim Crow era. Watch how the technique was applied. President Johnson was sympathetic to and responded to the demand of civil rights organizations for government assistance through the Great Society program. Southern politicians opposed any government assistance to Blacks, just as they had when they opposed and corrupted the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. Johnson was a strong politician, and his opponents failed to kill off the program, but they watered it down by including and prioritizing poor whites, women, and others over Blacks. Conservative political factions wanted to reduce public attention on racial conflicts and strategically promoted the Great Society program as a war on poverty. Underfunding the program and shifting focus to eradicate poverty among all population groups allowed conservatives to give the pretense that the program would help Blacks, but the substance did not match the rhetoric. When President Johnson announced his program, he acknowledged the compromises he'd taken to make the program. He announced the compromises he'd made he'd had to make, when he said we have new avenues of opportunities through jobs and education and expanded access to health care for seniors, the poor, and Americans with disabilities. And I swear to God, if I hear another politician use terms like jobs and education, I'm about to go jump off a building. I get tired of hearing these little stupid political buzzwords. I kid you not, it drives me crazy. We're going to get jobs, education, and health care, and Black people are going to benefit too. That's what you always hear. Well, we're going to do something for gay people, and there are plenty of Black people who are gay. Okay, so if I do something for Black people and you say, well, you didn't do anything for gay people, And I say, well, no, but there are plenty of gay people who are Black. So they benefit when we pay Black people reparations. Gay people benefit too. Do you think that argument will work? Seriously, I mean, because I've heard it a lot. I've heard people say, well, if he does something for poor people, well, lots of Black people are poor. So that's a program really for Black people. And I say, okay, well, why don't we do something for Black people? And then when you say you want to do something for the poor, I'll say, well, we already did. We did something for Black people, and many Black people are poor. So therefore, we've done something for poor people by doing something for Black people first. Do you understand the difference between Black first versus the standard approach? Black first means we start with who we are in our unique experience and the unique things that we deserve in this society. And then you work your way down to everything else. And so ultimately, when you talk about the implementation of a Black first set of policies, that's not going to come from the government. The government is too dysfunctional. It is too driven by massive amounts of money, and things end up getting too watered down. So the appropriate solutions are not going to come from government, but there is hope. Hope exists if you stop being distracted by the things that don't work and start working on the things that do. Now, again, we have talked about the wealth thing. I told you all the wealth problem is easy to solve. It is very easy for any Black person with a little bit of discipline to have all the wealth that they need. It's very easy. It just takes time. That's it. It just takes time and a little bit of discipline, but it's easy to do. And then when you talk about areas related to physical and mental health, I've never met a white man who stopped me, who forced me to eat a cheeseburger or forced me to eat pig's feet or chitlins or any of the other food that kills us. I have not run into that white man who sat me down and forced some fried chicken down my throat. But I know plenty of us who suffer from health ailments that are preventable. But it does require us to understand what it means to be competitive, what it means to be at the big boy table, what it means to be at the big girl table. When you're at the big boy and the big girl table, that's when you start taking accountability for your choices. You cannot blame your diabetes, stroke, and heart disease just on racism. Yes, they're going to tempt you with all of the things that will kill you. They're going to tempt you with hip hop music. They're going to tempt you with big booty strippers. They're going to tempt you with fried chicken and pig's feet. They're going to tempt you with all kinds of other things that exist in society that can harm you. And accountability helps you to overcome that. Sugar is a big one. Thank you, Calvin. Every time Calvin always throws in one word and he'll be like, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. I think Calvin and I are connected psychologically, man. One day I got to meet you in person. But anyway, so the thing about it is that this is where consciousness comes into play. Consciousness is also connected to the basics of just knowing who you are. I was talking to somebody about that not too long ago. I think it was my dad. Was I talking to my father about it? I don't remember. I was talking to somebody, and he was saying exactly what I'm always thinking. And it is that he was saying something about the fact that he knew who he was. So if you know who you are, you're not usually swayed or tempted to follow the crowd and do what everybody else is doing because you know who you are. And part of consciousness, which I think that's probably my word of the year. I'm going to keep using that word a lot. Consciousness does connect to knowledge of self. Thank you, Calvin. It connects to an awareness, just kind of saying, nah, I know who I am and I know where I'm supposed to be and where I'm not supposed to be, which is in contrast to a lot of what you might see on social media, where people just sort of follow whatever seems to be trendy. And a lot of young people do that, actually. A lot of young people who don't have guidance, they just kind of do whatever they think is cool and popular because they want to get validated. You want to get likes or shares, or you want people to want to be your friend, or you don't want anybody to make jokes about you not being Black enough and stuff like that. And then what happens is that you have Black culture really getting diluted and devolving into stuff like Black culture being defined by what style of hair you have, what kind of music you listen to, whether or not you know the lyrics to a Cardi B song. And that's not really Black culture. I don't know what it's going to mean for you. I think Black culture can mean whatever you want it to mean. I think Black culture can also mean extreme excellence when it comes to business ownership and wealth creation. I think Black culture can mean love. We're going to build a strong, loving family and protect our children in that loving space. Black culture can mean being healthy, mentally and physically healthy. I'm self-aware. I'm taking care of my body, taking care of my mind, body, and soul, all that stuff. Why can't that be Black culture? Why can't Black culture represent all the things that are good in the world instead of it always representing things that are going to get you killed at the age of 26? There should be nothing. This is my point on that. There should be nothing that we ever define as Black culture that leads to majority negative outcomes. There should be nothing defined as Black culture that typically leads to death or incarceration. There shouldn't. It shouldn't. Don't tell me that no. Why would what? It doesn't make any sense. The only way it can make sense is if you are so unaware of consequences and so unaware of who you are that you get sucked into anything that people lead you into. And this is why it's so dangerous for us to let other people educate our kids. Media can be very, very dangerous. And I personally think that if you're conscious of these things, you're going to be perfectly fine. But if you're not conscious, you're going to get ate up. Like this poor young lady, this poor young rapper that just died. I feel I'm willing to bet you, I bet you with every nickel in my bank account, that if I go through her bio and read how she was raised and read about her upbringing, there's probably a boatload of trauma, maybe a missing parent that should have been there to protect her. There's probably some sort of horrible negative experiences. And, uh, and, and this is how you end up creating the 24, 25, 26-year-old who doesn't get to live to be 30. And I don't want that for her. I don't want that for anybody. So anyway, let me keep reading here. And if I sound like a weirdo or a goody two shoes by saying I want the best for our kids, then so be it. So let me keep reading. So it says here that conservative political factions is page 146. The book is a Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. Powernomics.com is his website. And by the way, if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word greatness to 87948, and I'll send you a link when we meet up for class. So text greatness to 87948, and you can come into the private Zoom. And then also next week, I'm going to have the team prepare a special discount for those of you that want to come to the All Black National Convention. So the All Black National Convention is the largest gathering on earth of intelligent Black people. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago. So if you want to get together with other people who are like-minded, who believe in Black love, Black family, Black wealth, Black intelligence, just us doing better for ourselves in every way, then the convention is for you. So we're gonna. I told my team, I said, let's cut the price steeply for those who are in the book club or those who are in Money in the Morning. So you guys will get a special discount only for you. And that's going to be next week. So if you're going to buy your tickets this week, don't buy them until we offer the discount. And if you've already bought your ticket and you want to do an upgrade, then the team can arrange for you to do a discounted upgrade. So it's totally up to you if you want to come out. All right. So let me keep. And by the way, Brother Nuri Muhammad has just agreed to be one of our keynote speakers. And I'm really excited about that because I consider Nuri Muhammad to be one of the great Black leaders of this country. And I have a lot of respect for him, a tremendous amount of respect. And then also Lamar Tyler. Lamar Tyler is the foremost greatest Black millionaire maker I've ever seen. Lamar has he has a group of multimillionaire Black people that they just look like regular people like us. They're not people that you're gonna see on TV or anything like that. But Lamar and I have been friends for a very long time, and it's funny. He's taught me things, and then he gets on stage and says I taught him a bunch of stuff, and so I don't know which one's which, but I will tell you this: I have a lot of respect for him. And I was very honored to hear that he and Nuri agreed to be speakers at the convention. And we got a list of a lot of other great people that are experts in a multitude of areas. And so I'll keep you guys posted on that. So if you want to, but really the best part of the convention is just the other attendees. I guarantee you, when you get there, if you're feeling alone, I don't know if any of y'all feel that way, where, when the more conscious you get, the more lonely it gets, right? The more you start to understand things, the more you get frustrated. I wake up angry every day. I'll tell you the truth. I don't really have a lot of friends. I don't. And it's mainly because sometimes you get to the point when you see things, you can't unsee things, and so I see things and I respond to things. And sometimes that just doesn't fit with the world, right? So really, I created the convention partly for myself and people like me, and it's a wonderful experience because when you get in there, you just meet good people that want good things for the Black community. And that's not controversial. It's kind of crazy that people think the term, just something being called the All Black National Convention, that you're sitting around and you're racist and you're mad at white people and all this other. No, the three key core values are the conference, the convention is really for people who believe that Black people should love each other, that families are a good thing. If you are pro-family, even if you ain't got one, then it's the place for you. It's a great family atmosphere. We are pro pro healthy relationships, generally speaking, even if you're not talking about people that you're romantically connected to. Just, I would rather be your brother than to be your enemy. I'd rather collaborate with you than to compete with you, right? Like I'd rather think in an abundance mindset than in a scarcity mindset. I can't tell you how many times I mean, because I've been doing this financial stuff for a long time, and so sometimes people will come along and they're kind of new to it and everything, and they'll be competing with me, and I'll be like, "Why are you competing with me? There's enough success to go around. Like, I want you to succeed. I think we should work together. Like, so I wouldn't be in the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef, the hip hop beef. I'm J. Cole. I'm the guy who says, can't we all just work together? Like, do you understand that even if I win the war with you, a piece of me is going to get destroyed too. I don't want destruction. I want prosperity. I want us to grow. So the convention is also for people that are more into collaboration than into competition. It's a great space for people that believe in Black wealth and understand and have been convinced that wealth accumulation for the Black community will solve a good 70-80% of our problems. That we can solve the wealth problem, and if we solve the generational wealth problem, we're going to achieve a level of freedom that we've never had before. Also, just physical and mental health. So we have lots of experts on physical health and mental health there. And you'll be walking down the hall, you run into doctors and lawyers and thinkers and fathers and mothers and counselors and coaches and just people that just want something better. And so the energy is really, really good. And I encourage you to give it a try. I think you guys are going to like it. So anyway, if you want to come out next week, we're going to offer a discount just exclusively for you guys. So make sure you're on the text list, and I'll also text it out. So even if you can't make it to class, you'll get it via text. So if you're not on the text list, just text the word greatness to 87948. Also, you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you live out of the country and you want to get on the email list, and we can email it out to you. Okay. All right. So let me finish reading this, and then we're going to be done for today. So it says here on page 146 of the Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. He says conservative political factions wanted to reduce public attention on racial conflicts and strategically promoted the Great Society program as a war on poverty. I mentioned that. Okay. So check this out. When President Johnson announced his program, he acknowledged the compromises he'd had to make when he said, we have created new avenues and opportunities through jobs, education, expanded access to health care for seniors, the poor, and Americans with disabilities. So they always lump Black people in with people with disabilities and stuff like that. It says here that Blacks received less than 0.5% of the $3 billion spent on the Great Society program. Blacks got the bill without the thrill of getting tangible benefits. So they distributed $3 billion, which was a lot of money in the 1960s, and we got 0.5% of the resources. Both the Great Society program and the Freedmen's Banks were intended to address the specific and unique needs of Blacks, which resulted from centuries of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. In those rare instances where politicians do have the courage to target a problem peculiar to Blacks, there are so many others who work to ignore the problem or to only offer Blacks symbolic benefits, while the tangible unearned benefits go to other groups or to groups other than Blacks. It requires diligence to detect the old sleight of hand trick of diverting resources from one group to another. So the last point I'll make on this is that you're going to have to be really careful in this whole reparations debate, because they're going to do the exact same thing. The goal is to do the exact same thing. As soon as the reparations conversation gets on the table, they're going to start saying, well, what about me? What about me? What about me? So, and there's millions of new people in the country that are here illegally. They're going to get lumped in with you. You can bet your last nickel on that. Also, on top of that, you've got a lot of other groups that have historically diluted and extracted resources from initiatives for the Black community. So what would have to occur in order for this to occur properly is probably not going to occur, which is actually why I kind of wish the reparations conversation didn't happen for another 20 years. I really don't want them to get away with doing the bare minimum and doing something that is not effective, because what would happen then is that they would then pay the reparations, and then nothing changes in the Black community, and then they blame it on you. They say, well, the reason that nothing good happened is because Black people didn't do this and didn't do that. It's almost like when you got your first Black president and people were consistently saying, anybody, give me a yes if you remember this. Anybody remember how people kept saying that there is no Black agenda and Black people aren't being clear about what they want? and they're not unified in what they desire. Anybody remember that? Well, they were like, well, there is no black people haven't said what they want. They're not, we don't know. There was no unified black agenda. And I was like, what are you talking about? I spoke about the black agenda every single day. There was clarity. There were people who were 100% crystal clear. But what happened was that people had selective listening. It's like you sit there and they say, well, what would you like to order for dinner? And you say, I'd like a chicken sandwich and an order of fries. And they say, what did you say? I'd like a chicken sandwich and an order of fries. Look, if you don't answer, then I'm not going to feed you anything. I'd like a chicken sandwich and an order of fries. La, la, la. What? Huh? What? I can't hear you. That's what they did. This is politics. Ice Cube wrote, thank you for bringing up Ice Cube. When I read his contract with Black America, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know the guy. I was an Ice Cube fan when I was a kid, but I didn't know what this contract was. It was very good. It was very well done. And you saw what happened when he went to pursue that, when he went and really tried to do the work to push forward with this agenda. They undermined him every step of the way. They did every single thing they could to stop him from doing anything substantive. They even called him a Trump supporter, which he never was. And so this is what you're looking at. This is what you're dealing with. People are not serious about solving the problem. So what do you do when you have a problem that's easily solvable and the people that you believe are going to solve the problem are not trying to solve the problem? Well, you stop messing with people like that. You stop doing business. If you got me sitting at the table and I'm waiting on you to do something, I'm sitting here, I'm hungry and I'm starving. I'm waiting on you to cook me food. And every time I tell you what I want, you don't hear me. I'm not going to keep on depending on you. I'm not going to waste my time anymore. So if you want to know why I'm politically impatient, it's because I ain't got time to waste. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not. And because it's crazy to me. They can't even tell you. People will get mad at me, but they can't even tell me why they're mad. I'll be like, well, what are you, explain to me where I'm wrong. Tell me where I'm wrong. Well, you sound like a Trump supporter. No, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I'm not voting for anybody. But what am I doing? Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me what they're really doing to solve this. Well, we gotta, shut up. Shut up. I don't have time for idiots. I just don't. I'm not saying that you're an idiot if you disagree. So I want to make that clear, okay? Because some of y'all I know some of you, for example, believe deeply in voting in every election, and I respect you tremendously. I really do. And I respect you mainly because you're doing what you want to do. And that's all I want you to do. And all I want at that point is for you to leave me alone. Like, don't tell me I got to do what you're going to do. I'm not going to do that to you. Who told us, whoever made the rule to say that Black people should be pressuring other Black people to do what other Black people are doing? I mean, I knew that this game was stupid back when Diddy was doing those goofy vote or die campaigns. I'm like, wait, you're telling me that if I don't vote, I'm going to be dead? Is that what is? But that's what happens. That works. All the studies show that basically, if you scare people, that's how you get them to vote. So watch what's going to occur. And as this election comes up, you're going to hear people say, they're going to say something scary. If you don't do blah, 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 then this terrible thing is going to happen. And like, so, Trump is going to destroy democracy or whatever. And then the same thing, the Republicans have fear tactics when it comes to the Democrats, right? I guess they think every Democrat is a pedophile or something. I don't know. But either way, though, and you can believe what you want to believe, and I'm okay with that. I'm just saying I ain't got to believe the same thing. And my goal is to solve a problem. So if you can't solve the problem, then stop wasting my time, because that's really, actually, when you look at what's wasting Black resources, what's really wasting Black resources the most is how distracted you are. Somebody's telling you there's gold buried in your backyard, but you're going to have to dig for it. You're really going to have to dig. It's going to take a long time to dig. But instead of listening when people tell you that the gold is in your backyard, you say, no, the gold is in the park. And you're spending all your time in the park. Even though we've gone to the park, we've been digging for 60 years, ain't no gold in the park. Stop digging in the park and start digging in your backyard. So to me, the solution for the Black community, again, that's another very simple problem that's solvable. If we have basic things happening, as just culturally speaking, we would literally be unstoppable. We just have basic things like every kid should like go to school and get a good education, and, like that, and try to like learn to read, write, and do math. That would be a big start. If you had things like, if you have kids, you take care of your kids, right? So that our kids don't end up abandoned and struggling. That would make a big difference. If you had rules that say, look, just invest a percentage of your money so that you don't go broke and end up financially insecure. So you have to go begging Mr. Charlie to pay your bills. That would make a massive difference. If we had rules that say, hey, let's think about our health, let's exercise a little bit, and let's eat less sugar and fried chicken, then the death toll would drop 10 times more than it did during COVID. Like it would have a 10 times greater effect than any jab being passed out by some pharmaceutical company. That's for damn sure, right? So literally, if you want to solve problems in the community, the leadership has to come from you. The leadership comes in your house. Because a lot of y'all haven't figured out. A lot of you haven't figured out because it's quiet as kept. A lot of you are living in a space that is an oasis of possibility and potential. A lot of you have plenty of money in the bank. You're not on the struggle bus. Like, when you see statistics that say the average black person ain't got no wealth at all, a lot of y'all are like, well, that ain't us, right? A lot of you are healthy mentally and physically. You've healed yourselves. You're eating right. You're doing what you can to get better. You're breaking generational curses. A lot of you love each other. A lot of you, the women are not, not just trying to find a new baby daddy at the strip club, or whatever, right? Most of you are trying to do things in your personal lives that are going to benefit you, again, because you're doing the work to heal. And I really think in general, they kind of getting that slave culture out of our system is really part of the key. I think that really just being conscious and identifying habits and choices and culture that leads to unhealthy outcomes like drug addiction, things like that, really goes a long way. If we just got rid of drugs, like if we just as a community had a zero tolerance policy on drugs, just look, we don't mess with none of that. Maybe a little weed or something, right? A little natural weed. If that I don't judge that. But if you start to get into that crazy stuff that's being promoted in the music, we don't mess with that. That goes a long way. Do you know what helped? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna be done. Do you know the Chinese were the laughing stock of the world at one point? We've talked about this, right? The Chinese were a joke. One of the things that helped China to elevate and become one of the greatest powers on the planet is when they took a zero tolerance policy on drugs. They saw what opium did to their people. They saw the death. They saw the missing fathers and the missing mothers. And they saw just the laziness, the lack of productivity, the lost wealth that came from the British bringing drugs on their shores. And they said no more. They had leaders that had courage. The leaders were not trying to be cool. They were not trying to fit in. They were not trying to do what was popular. They said, no, if we catch you with drugs, we will kill you. If we catch you bringing drugs in our community, you will be sleeping with the fishes. We will execute you because you have no value in this society. You have no positive purpose. You are here to destroy us. So they treated drugs like the devil. They got rid of that stuff. And now, if you look over in China, they're not a perfect country by any stretch of the imagination, but they understand the difference between a unified, prosperous society versus what is being fed to us in the African American community. Most people in China who know anything about African Americans, they look at us and they're really confused and very curious. They're like, wow, these people have no idea how much they're destroying themselves and destroying each other. So the solutions are out there. The question is, are we going to do it? Are you going to commit to it? And I'm also say this, I'm not trying to get everybody, I'm not trying to convince everybody to come with me. I can't do that. I'm not going to go fight with somebody who's ignorant. I don't have the patience or the interest. I'm sorry. So what I'm saying is I'm preaching to the choir. So if you get it, then keep doing it. Work with people who also are trying to do better. And let's win this thing. I can just say this. I want to be a winner. That's it. I don't want to be the white man's charity case. I have no interest in being in last place in the league every season. I have no interest in having people feel sorry for me. I do not identify with the pity party. That's not where we're supposed to be. That's certainly not where I want to be as a man. So anyway, guys, that's it. And bless you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. It was nice talking to you. We're going to be back next week. So if you're not on the text list, then text the word greatness to 87948, and I'll send you a link to join us next week. So text greatness to 87948. Also, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. And also next week, I'll let you guys know about the discount for the convention if you'd like to come.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am your host for today, Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent. And today we're getting real about Black love and the double burden of divorce, the emotional, the physical, and the financial strains. Now, we all know Black women experience divorce at a higher rate than any other group, and the impact can be devastating. But we're not here just to dwell on the problems. Today, we're joined by a powerful panel of queens to help navigate this journey together. Today, I'm actually joined by Athena Gardner, CPA and women's wealth coach, Dr. Charm, naturopathic, I can never say that word, naturopathic doctor, spiritual coach, stand-up comedian and actress, Dr. Alicia Watkins, couples coach and therapist, and Minister Connie Spearman, entrepreneur, author, and real estate investor. But first, guys, before we move on, I want to ask you to make sure that you support Fly Nubian Money with these 3 or 4 simple tasks. 1, we ask you to like. 2, we ask you to subscribe. 3, we ask you to share. And 4, join the conversation, because we really do want to hear your thoughts and your experiences. So ladies, I'm going to dive right into this because this is a pretty common topic. Divorce rates are high in our communities, but I wanted to talk about the stats. A new report shows that Black couples have the highest divorce rates in America this year at 30.8%. Second comes in Latinos at 18.5% and Caucasians at 15.1%. So over 70% of the divorces were initiated and filed by women. I find that very interesting. So I'm going to kick off first and ask you, what has any one of you on the panel been divorced? We'll start with Minister Connie. Have you ever been divorced?
Yes, I have. I lost a son, and my husband and I, we just didn't get along. He accused me of what did I do to God for him to take our son. So that was very, very hurtful, and we just couldn't get along once he said that. Oh. You depend on your mate to help you during that crisis, but he went the opposite way. I went to therapy with my son that was 8 years old, and the therapist told me that he would probably not come and that a divorce rate was high between a couple that loses children.
Yes.
So that's exactly what happened to me.
Yes, I do know that for a fact because it's happened in my family too. Couples that were very tight, and then after they lost a son or a daughter, they just couldn't hold it together, and it was really tough. Dr. Alicia, have you ever been divorced?
Well, yeah, I've been divorced, and I've worked with a lot of people who've also been divorced, and so it's just a complex thing that happens. But I want to comment on women filing for divorce. They're more likely to file for divorce. Mm-hmm. And I think that it's the emotional dissatisfaction that I hear from women a lot. And, you know, women are, and I think some of this is socially constructed. Women are just more attuned to emotional climate of their marriage, and they perceive like a lack of emotional support, communication, connection, And it creates this sense of like emotional neglect that can become like unbearable. And I think because men are so socialized, because of how maleness is socialized in our society as being disconnect and not necessarily connecting to their emotions. So I think that because of that, men tend to take a more practical approach to marriage and relationships, where women, they really want to maintain that physical and emotional connection. And so I think that's one of the reasons. There are many other, but that's one of the main reasons why women need that connection, and they feel like they don't have that. So and they want to get through to their husbands, like, this is what's happening. I'm very frustrated in this situation. We got to change things. And so I think that's the reason why one of the reasons why women are more likely to file for divorce. Yeah.
It's really interesting. I never really thought about that when it comes to divorce, because to me, I hear divorce and I just say divorce. I don't think which one filed for divorce. So I thought that actually took me by surprise. And we are not just asking this question for our panel. If you are watching, please put in the comments if you have been divorced and what your experiences were as well. We would love to hear back from you. Athena, what is your experience with divorce?
Well, I've never been married, so I've never gotten divorced. I've only been engaged. But what I will say is, when I was looking at that stat also goes up to 90% if the woman is college educated. So the more educated the woman, it seems, the higher the divorce rate goes to. Now, I am a part of different women groups, and some of my mentors have been married for 20 plus years, and some women have been divorced. And what I've gathered from those situations is that they felt like going into the marriage that things were going to go some way, or communication was going to get better, or there was going to be some level of improvement on the issues that never happened, and thinking that they'll be able to cope with that for the long haul, and realizing that they can't. A lot of women within my group have experienced filing for divorce after some kind of substance abuse issue or financial issue. It's always some kind of event that happens that they just no longer can manage it anymore.
That's very interesting, because you're talking about a lot of outside circumstances that cause this. And a lot of people don't even really think about that. The main thing you hear is infidelity, but that's not always the case with divorce. And another point, Athena, it doesn't matter that, this applies to all relationships. It just does. Like, divorce is something that people have, if you've been married, fine, but there's common law. Sometimes you have long-term relationships. So of course, this does go across the board. Dr. Charm, I'd like to hear your thoughts on divorce. Have you had any experience at all with divorce in your life?
No, I've never been married, but I will say that, finances, definitely echoing on Athena, that finances definitely plays a part in it. But infidelity is the number one cause, and then also that irreconcilable differences. So people are finding an inability to get along. And then I think what we're not looking at, as far as the Black divorce rate being higher than it's Black and Hispanic than white. I mean, look at those statistics in reference to who's experiencing the most racism, and look at how that plays a part in inability to have a family structure. So of course, Black American people are experiencing the most racism in this country, then the other groups in Hispanic, and of course, white people are not. So that would make sense that would cause strife in the household.
Very interesting. Now, we know that divorce is not just a physical thing. It can be emotional. It could take its toll on you in very many different ways. And I'd like to dive into that with each of you and hear your thoughts on that. If you're just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you don't want to miss a single episode, because we are talking about things that could apply to your life or someone that you know and love in your life, and you may get a different perspective on that. So if you would love to hear about all these topics and you don't want to miss an episode, you want to text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. 87948. And we would love to hear your comments and we would love to hear your experiences. I want to now turn our conversation to the effects of divorce. We know that our divorce is high, but let's talk about the things that can take its toll on you. Now, I find it very interesting that just recently the actress and singer, I mean, she is triple threat, Tisha Campbell came out and discussed her divorce from her ex-husband. And she said that she has not been sick at all from the divorce. She was battling sarcoidosis. Thank you. Oh, I love my queens. Thanks for stepping in on that. And that's an inflammatory disease which causes growth in the lungs, eyes, lymph nodes, and can lead to eventual organ damage since 2001. Now, I looked up that, and it also said they didn't really know, they didn't have an exact reason for this. So it's very interesting that, you know, she's talking about it in her life. So she's the former Martin and My Wife's and Kids stars. And she said, one day I just could not breathe. It felt like an elephant was on my chest. And then she said right after she got divorced, she's not been sick since then. I would really love to hear your comments on that and on how this can manifest in your body. She also said, I believe, I'm sorry to have to tell the truth, that I've been in remission for 4 years now because they got divorced in 2020. They can't find it at the base of my brain at all. I haven't gotten sick, not one time. So stress, we know that stress can come in all levels of life, especially love. And so Dr. Alicia, I would love to hear your thoughts on how, you know, in your expertise, and maybe you've seen it in your practice, how this can manifest physically.
Yeah, we can get into the mind-body connection. I think particularly when you're in an unhealthy relationship and the stress that negatively stemming from relationships that are unhealthy for you can manifest itself physically. And I think our bodies respond to emotional stress by releasing stress hormones such as cortisol, you know, which can chronically elevate in the body, and it could lead to all these health issues, high blood pressure, immune system is weakened, even digestive issues. And if you have a disease like that, that's immune-based disease, it can definitely flare up if you're not equipped with how to manage it. So emotionally, the toll can be, you know, severe. Constant exposure to situations that are harmful for you psychologically can lead to anxiety, depression, the sense of helplessness. And I think that these mental health challenges can exacerbate physical symptoms, and it's a vicious cycle that impacts your overall well-being. Yeah.
Dr. Charm, you deal with natural medicine. So when you see these things manifesting, because I'm sure that you've come across it in your practice, what are some things that people can do outside of medication? Although I'm not against medication, but I will always go the natural way if I can. What is something that people can do to help to reduce this stress?
Well, I mean, you know, definitely there are mind-body things, you know, acupuncture and yoga, herbs. But with sarcoidosis, I want to talk about that just to, you know, since we started talking about that disease state, it's an autoimmune disease. So it's in a category with lupus. And basically your immune system is turning on your own body. It's turning on itself. It's attacking itself. Bernie Mac died from complications of sarcoidosis. It usually does attack the lungs. It looks like Tisha Campbell had it in a different area. But stress is a huge exacerbator of autoimmune disease, and it can make somebody have flare-ups specifically for sarcoidosis. So she was in this marriage with Dwayne Martin. I mean, they had a bankruptcy where they owed $15 million in debts that were having to be, you know, sorted through. So if you're dealing with that, and you know, there's some other inferences about his sexuality. So all these things, you know, those that can cause her to have flare-ups and have issues. So if you remove a big stressor such as that marriage, if it was really causing her a lot of stress, then it would make sense that she went into remission. And then that really is an example of how powerful the mind is in how we have diseases.
I think that is a huge factor, the power of the mind. I don't think people understand that. To me, I always like to say, I heard this a long time ago from somewhere, that words are magic. Abracadabra actually means something. So the things that we say can manifest into our bodies very easily if we continue to say them over and over. So I think there is a lot of power behind that. Minister Connie, I know with you being in the ministry that you deal with a lot of divorce situations. How is it in your practice when you're speaking to? Do you see a lot of people coming to you for premarital and afterwards when they're trying to get help? What has been your experience with this stressful time in people's lives?
I could tell you from my own experience when I went through my divorce from my husband, not only that I suffered from the death of our child, divorce and separation of the things that was familiar with me, like my home. I moved in back to Pittsburgh and moved in with my mother. So it caused a lot of stress. My stress went from anxiety attack to panic attacks. So I developed a panic attack disorder, which later caused me to have a skin lupus. But now I don't have that because I was healed from it. But it does happen. It causes stress, mental distress also, so you have all these things going on. So you're trying to work on all these different areas and you're in a dark, deep place. I have a friend that went through a divorce and her husband divorced her after 30 years of marriage. That's a long time. And she could not deal with it, where she had a nervous breakdown from it because she couldn't understand why he did not want to be married. And sometimes people grow apart. They have different ideas. Their eyes get attracted to someone else. So these are all the reasons why. But mine was because of the death of a child. So I really was in a dark place at that time because I was going through so much. And it's a very difficult thing to be separated from your mate because you become one when you get married. God dislikes the divorces. So when you're separated, you're going through that too. It feels like a part of you have died. A big part of you have died. So therefore, that's why God doesn't like divorces, because he knows what we will go through when we're going through a divorce.
I totally agree with that. And I have to tell you, I actually teared up a little bit and had to take a big gulp when you said that your friend of 30 years, I've been married for 31, getting ready to be 32. I absolutely cannot imagine me not having my husband. And we've been able to work through everything. Every couple has its ups and downs. But we made it a point before we got married to really look at each other in the eye and say, we don't want divorce. So no matter what comes up, we promise that we will try to work through it immediately. And we did couples therapy before we got married. So I just can't imagine how stressful that could have been for your friend. If you're just now joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, and we are talking about a very real topic today about divorce, but we are tackling this topic head on, talking about our experiences and, helping you get through it if you're experiencing it at this time. So if you love this type of content, we would love for you to like, share, and subscribe. And you also can go get some great resources at flynubianmoney.com, all for free. So if you don't know where to turn on some things, why don't you go visit our website and see if there's something that you can use. And if you don't want to miss any episode that we have, we want you to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you don't miss an episode. But guess what? I forgot to tell you a secret, like in the first, but it's a well-known secret. You can find us now on Spotify, and I love that. So if you're in the car, you're just riding around, maybe you're taking a jog, getting some fresh air, tune in, catch us there as well, because we would love for you to like and subscribe there. And when you do that, please make sure you leave us a 5-star review as well, because that helps us to get found. Now, I'm going to turn this back into our conversation. We have some great people in the comments. Someone says, thank you for discussing this topic. And I think it's a very important topic for not just our community, everybody's community. And then also we actually had someone say that Tisha was healed by the power of divorce. And sometimes you do just have to put the stress away. And if that is a major stressor, then maybe that's something that should be looked at, but not taken lightly. Not taken. And Miracle Tech, thank you for subscribing to us. We appreciate you so much. Athena, you are a money lady. So I want to talk to you because money is a main source of stress, right? But now you're throwing in divorce on top of that. I would like to hear some of your thoughts on how you see this in your practice.
I'm lucky and glad to share those things. So obviously I have my own company, We Wealth Women, where I help women gain wealth. And actually in one of my workshops, I discuss this. In my New Year, New Wealth workshop, I give women financial strategies and things to consider throughout all stages in their life, whether they're single, married, divorced, or widowed, because at each single stage, there are some vulnerabilities that women need to address to financially protect themselves. One of the stats in that workshop actually is that 45% of women will experience a decline in their living standards after a divorce. Compared to only with men, it's 21% decline. A lot of women after divorce, I think it's about 20% of women fall into poverty after divorce. So divorce is a very serious issue. Not only that, when I wasn't surprised when Tisha was saying that, you know, she felt better or her ailments went away post divorcing her ex-husband, because the statistics shows that 80% of autoimmune diseases are within women. So women have 80% of the autoimmune diseases. And what does that mean? Because women tend to be the emotional containers for their families, their relationships, right? We are very much connected to the mental, physical, emotional. So because we are absorbing often in our roles, taking on all this emotions, our own emotions, children, husband, whoever in your life, if those relationships are not positive, it can definitely wreak havoc in your stress levels, your cortisol levels, reduce your serotonin levels, right? And can cause a lot of depression and anxiety in women. Now, how that ties into money. When I teach from a money perspective, as I relate to women, I often have us address the other factors of money that need to be addressed, but not necessarily always talked about. I can easily teach you how to, create a stock portfolio. I can easily teach you how to, create a business and those things. But oftentimes the blocks to our financial abundance have to do with unresolved issues in our emotions and what's going on with our life, because we do not prioritize the importance of those things. So usually when a woman has a health issue or any other issue, because I like to look at things holistically, that will definitely have a significant financial impact in a woman's life. So when Tisha was talking about how her disease miraculously went away, I'm sure the stress that she was enduring in that marriage, once that was taken away, because I think sarcoidosis, that is an autoimmune disease. So the stress that she was experiencing within that marriage probably greatly agitated or set off a DNA or something that caused that. And when he went away or she was free from that, she was able to focus on herself, her peace, and receive healing from that. Also, according to medical news today, your partner affects a lot of what you experience physically. So the positive effects of a healthy relationship means reduced pain, you achieve healthy goals, you improve your fitness. It even alters your microbiome. So couples' skin biome actually mesh well together. And in science, it was proven that 86% of couples were able to be matched just by taking their skin samples, right? But if you have a negative partner, Studies also show it intensifies the pains you increase, derails your diet, induce weight gain, and causes all these health conditions. So outside of whether or not you're in a marriage or not, or in your regular relationships, even if it's romantic or platonic, we have to really take accountability and say, okay, is this a positive relationship? Because if this area is not going well, then there's going to be other areas of my life that are going to derail from that as well.
Wow, that's a lot of really good information. We have a wonderful comment that I think would flow into a wonderful question for you, Dr. Alicia. Melanated Rich Convo said, for those that think divorce is not an option, what do you think about separating for a term? So, Dr. Alicia, how does this flow into your practice? How do you approach couples who are considering divorce? Is this something that you help them to consider?
Yeah, I mean, always in my office, I see couples who are at a crossroad. They have to sit and decide, what are our issues? How long we've been dealing with these issues, what they've done to try to rectify the issue, and if it is connected to a deep core about who and what they are, and they're at a crossroad and they're realizing that they can't continue on the way that they are. The relationship, not the person, but the relationship just doesn't work for them anymore. It is a very difficult place to be. Sitting on the fence, it hurts your butt, right? To sit on the fence. And so it's to, I help couples provide some clarity into what is it that you actually want from your partner, and what are some actionable steps that your partner can take so that they can make that commitment to make the change. And it's a back and forth thing to have those really critical conversations with couples. And sometimes one or both decide they've just had enough and they want to give up. And then we can have conversations about what that looks like. Remember, marriage is a state of mind. It's not really a piece of paper. There are many marriages where people are married on paper, but in their mind, they're not married. There's people who aren't married in paper, but in their mind, they are actually married. So it's a state of mind. It's the commitment to a healthy relationship that they have with each other. And it really takes two people to create a relationship that works for both of them. So it really is a very intense situation. Everybody has to become accountable for their behavior and how it has contributed to the problem. That's always an issue. And these are some critical conversations that I have with couples all the time so that they can have some clarity. And, you know, I like to default where people can be together and stay together, but I understand that sometimes it just doesn't work for them anymore and they have to move on. And what is a healthy way to separate? You know, I think that we don't have to tragically throw dirt at each other just because the relationship is dissolved. We have to come up with a healthy way to process ending a relationship so that both of you can move on. I don't think we need to attach shame to it. I don't think we need to point fingers and say what's wrong with you because a marriage or a relationship has dissolved, or even an engagement has dissolved. We should not carry a level of shame with ourselves. We should need to have a place to process all of the complex emotion of living life, living our lives, and wanting to be fulfilled in our capacity in this life. So yeah, it's a tough situation. I feel sorry. And I also want to thank Pastor Connie. Thank you so much for talking about, you know, the loss of your child and to have a loss of a marriage at around the same time. That, you know, I'm glad that you've gone through something like that, but that's very painful. So I just want to thank you for sharing that.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. It is a really painful place to be, and it does bring on a lot of stress. It really does. Like I said, I went from anxiety to panic attacks to having a disorder in my body. My immune system caused me to have skin lupus, but the Lord healed me of that, which I'm so happy. So yes, that's just what happens when you're going through so much stress for a long period of time. Just trying to work out your life and put it back together. But prayer always works. I want to say that. I prayed a lot.
Yeah.
I pray over everything. I mean, everything, because you
Yeah,
have to. You have to.
definitely.
I want to address a comment that we have, and someone mentioned in the chat that it's always the man's fault, and I'd like to debate that a little bit. It's not always the man's fault. I don't feel that way. I mean, women can not communicate and be the cause of a disruption of a marriage very easily, which also leads into another great comment by International Ladies Chamber of Commerce. She said, "How do you know that you're loved?" Well, you know, everybody has a different love language. Just a simple touch sometimes, or a support system. Like when we're in a crowded room, the fact that my husband comes and touches me on my back, that's a connection. Or that he listens. I think there's many different ways to know that you're loved. And that's what you can come up as a couple there. As long as you're speaking the love language together, you'll know that. Dr. Charm?
Okay, I didn't hear anything you said. It sounded like you might have been muted or.
Yeah.
Little gremlins in the system. I wanted to ask you, how can Black couples improve their communication to avoid future conflict, or at least navigate a smooth separation if that's the path that they choose?
Okay, I think knowing how to argue is really important, because I think a lot of times, couples will argue and then someone says something very uninvolved or a slur or something very disrespectful, and then the argument is over, but then the couple is still smarting from that person throwing that comment out. So knowing a constructive, I won't say positive, but a constructive way to argue is very important. I think getting premarital counseling is really, I think it's something that's not done enough. And I think that that's one way to head things off at the pass. Of course, counseling, but also taking personal accountability. You can't say, well, my husband doesn't talk to me, so I'm divorcing him. But then you don't try to talk to your husband, or you don't express what your needs are. So people need to be able to have the space and the safety to express what their needs are in relation to other people. And that's not just marriage, that's in all relationships.
I totally agree with that. Communication is definitely key in anything that you do. You expect to do that at your job. Why not do that also in your marriage? If you're just joining us, or you're just watching or listening, you are listening and watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. And if you want to get your money right, visit our website at www.flynubianmoney.com to get free financial resources, courses, and more. Then you want to head on over to Spotify and make sure that you subscribe to us there so that you can catch all of our shows. And then if you want a reminder, because you just don't want to miss it, you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. So you want to do that today. And listen, we would love to hear your comments. This is not just a panel talking at you. We love to hear what you have to say. What's going on in your life? What has been your experience with divorce? I have great comments coming on and a couple of questions that I think will be great for us to address. So let's go back to some of those and let's hear what, we have to say, Terry Wilson agrees with you, Minister Connie, prayer works. Prayer definitely works. So Beverly Ward asked, should couples get marriage counseling before getting married? And I'm going to throw that to you, Minister Connie, because I want you to address that as a spiritual as well as a practical consultation.
Yes, I think that spiritual counseling before marriage is great, because what it does, it brings everything, it lays everything out on the table. So if there is something that person in dating that you don't agree with, you should talk it out with the minister. So that is exactly what we should do. If you're going through a divorce or thinking about a divorce or separation, you should also get counseling. I think it's a good thing. Back in the day, as they would say, they would separate instead of divorce. I know a lot of men that would separate from their wives and still be married with another relationship. They did not divorce because sometimes they come back together after so many years. I have heard that story over and over again. They thought it was going to be greener on the other side until they noticed that it has to be mowed. That side got to be mowed also. So therefore, they come back together and they work it out and they get along much better. Sinbad talks about that. He makes you laugh about it, how he thought that he wanted to be divorced from his wife, and he thought, oh, that woman's crazy. I might as well go back to the crazy that I know. So it was real funny the way he put it. But yes, I think that getting a separation, having a separation for a period of time to see which direction you should go and not go into divorce immediately.
I have to giggle at that because my husband and I tease each other all the time. Like if we have a simple disagreement, we always choose to try to laugh about it. Well, thank God we don't argue a lot. But when we get into a little discussion, and he'll say, I'm going to get a new wife. And I said, okay, go ahead. I'll be waiting in line when she returns you. You know, because I know you, I know your feelings. I know we're meshed. So go ahead and go see what that young little wife has got for you, because she's not going to understand your jokes. She's not going to understand your stress. She's not going to understand the 80s music and the big hair. I have been with you since we were 14 years old. So I just have to laugh at that, because you do have to take all of those things into account. But here's another good comment from one of our viewers. Angela Marie said, marriage is a job. And yes, it is a job. If you really want it, in my opinion, you got to work for it. But Dr. Alicia, how do you feel about that comment? You've been married, you're married now. So is marriage a job?
Oh, yeah, marriage definitely, I mean, it is challenging. Okay. It requires effort, a continuous effort. It requires great communication skills. It requires lots of compromise and flexibility. You're blending two lives together. And I think the pre-marriage counseling, what we talked about before, is so important to, before you get married, talk about expectations for the marriage. Where do you want to live? How many children do you want to have? Like, these conversations need to be had before you actually get married. And so many people spend so much money on a wedding that they don't even spend that much money on making sure that their marriage works right. So yes, it is, these challenging things I think should be sorted out before you actually walk down the aisle with somebody, because, you know, we live in this, let's face it, we live in this modern world. The pace, the pressure, you have to balance your career, you have family obligations. I have my own personal needs, you have your personal needs. And I think it can be very much overwhelming. But at the same time, the realities of divorce is tough, right? It's just not the end of a relationship. You have to say goodbye to yourself as a married person, and you can never go back to your single life again. You're now a divorcee. So who are you now? You know, you have to restructure your life. That can be overwhelming. And I just think this process, sometimes it brings to light some unresolved issues that a lot of people need to take on. There's emotional wounds that are there when you end a relationship, and it can be incredibly stressful. So I love that we're talking about this. And thank you so much, Lala, for talking about laughter. I think so much in our marriages, we take things so seriously sometimes. It's so fun to laugh with your partner about things. I mean, you sharing that story is just an indication of a healthy relationship. That's one indication of a healthy relationship. So I'm loving this conversation today.
So am I. And I think that goes back to the question of, how do you know when you're loved? Well, when you can laugh together and turn something that was stressful before, and then you get the giggles. I can't tell you, after that, then anytime we look at each other, we just giggle after that, because it sounds so ridiculous. But the freedom to be able to express that to one another is very, very important. I want to address this comment. International Ladies Chamber of Commerce said, I have found little value in counseling. Most therapists are only human too. And my initial answer to that is, you know, sometimes you have to go through more than one therapist to find the right one for you. So Dr. Charm, I would love to hear your thoughts on that, please.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I was with a therapist for a good year, and I didn't feel like she was meeting my needs, and I was really having to weigh firing that therapist. But fortunately, she moved away, and then I ended up getting another therapist who was, much better. But I think, before people say, "Oh, it doesn't work," you do have to try different ones, and then also it may be different methods of therapy. Like if I were a person with post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD), I wouldn't use cognitive behavioral therapy, which is really known as talk therapy. I would be looking at more of EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization. So you have to look at what issues you're dealing with and what method of therapy, and if is your therapist trained in that method of therapy before you throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Totally agree with that. You got to look at the whole picture. If you are just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you don't want to miss one single episode. So be sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948 so that you don't miss an episode. Then you want to head on over to our awesome website at flynubianmoney.com, where you can get free financial resources, courses, and more. And then you want to make sure you tune in on Spotify. We are everywhere, humming in your ears and helping you with solutions and getting things going. You know you love us because we love you too. I'm loving all the comments. This is what else we love to see from you is comments. And we love to address your experiences as well. Let's change it up a little bit to the financial aspect, because we do know that financial also turns into stress a lot of the times, and that also can lead to divorce. And I'm kind of going to kick it off a little bit with what I have seen in my practice of real estate. I do come across divorce situations, and being an agent can be very stressful sometimes, dealing with a husband and wife who are no longer communicating. And so this can have a direct effect on their finances, their emotions, and sometimes I see it a lot in the children. So I see that every day. And one thing that we should always consider is to never talk down about someone around their children. We should keep them protected at all costs. Athena, I'm going to throw it over to you because you are our expert CPA. What do you see in your practice when it comes to the finances of divorce?
Well, when it comes to divorce, it can wreak financial havoc because there's so much, especially if you're a marriage, that are combined. So now between the lawyers, and they figure that out, how to separate joint things. But I think the stress part of the financial situation is when you are married, two things happen. First, you generally get to reduce expenses because now you're sharing expenses. You're sharing the home, you're sharing the light, you're sharing the food, you're sharing. But also, especially if if your spouse works, that's more of an increase in income. So the two effects of the increased income and the reduced expenses make it so that you have more money, more wealth, and thus increased quality of life. Now, when you are getting divorced now you have to go back to being a single person relying on your income or whatever alimony or child support that you get. Child support is a whole other issue, and that is state. But the average child support payment is less than $500. Look that up. While people are complaining about child support, the average payment is less than $500. Now, you look at inflation, gas prices, and all the other stuff. What is that $500 going to do? Not much. The other thing, too, you have to consider is that maybe when you got together, it was just you and that person. Children. The expenses of raising children now and what their needs are, camp, summer school, activities, things of that nature. So to try to, most of the time when a divorce happens, it decreases the quality of life of the entire family because now you have to support two households instead of one.
And the emotional finances in the head as well.
Yeah,
For
women
the whole.
especially, like the statistic is 20% of women fall into poverty after divorce, 45% of women experience a decline in lifestyle compared to 21% of men. A lot of that is attributed to because a woman often takes career breaks during the course of relationship and marriage, either to raise children or to deal with elderly parents or whatever the case may be, or to push often a husband's career. So even if that woman was to now focus on herself and try to build her career back up, oftentimes it probably would not be at the level if she had been single the whole time because of the compromises she had to make for her family and that household.
Wow, that's really interesting, especially when there's always usually majority of the time children involved. I want to look at some stats that we have about the toxic impact of divorce, the negative impact of a bad marriage or a relationship, because this can also be if you don't have that ring on your finger. We've got stress. The consistent stress and anxiety of a bad marriage can increase blood pressure levels, which can lead to chronic hypertension over time. And this can also increase the risk of cardiovascular problems such as heart attacks and strokes, which we know we discuss things in our community. We already have issues in that area of our health life. So this could increase those. It also, as Dr. Connie, Minister Connie said, immune system. Chronic stress can weaken the immune system, making people more susceptible to illness and infections. Sleep, which guys can lead to so much other things. Tensions from arguments and upset can make it difficult to relax and get enough sleep, which can negatively affect health. Because, if you're not sleeping, guys, nothing makes sense. You're just a walking zombie. Weight. People may eat more when they are stressed out or upset, and chronic stress can also affect the body's metabolism of high-fat foods, which can lead to weight gain and digestion. Prolonged stress can also cause digestive issues such as constipation. So now we're talking about, we did discuss the physical early, but here's some things that they can directly go into, and we've all mentioned these things. But here's another thought. Do you think that some of this can also be lessened, this stress lessened, if before you get married, you discuss and have the therapy? But what about prenups? You don't have to be rich to have a prenup. I think that's a misconception. Minister Connie, you have a lot of assets.
Yes, I do.
And so how would a new relationship or, a new marriage or something, is that something that you consider to protect your assets before a union?
It's so funny that you asked that. My significant other is deceased. We were in a car accident together. I am now engaged, and that is something we're considering I'm considering asking him for a prenup because I do have a lot of assets. So that's a hard place right now to be in when you're dating and you're thinking about marriage. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it, especially if you have a lot of assets that you have built before you got married to another person. Now, after we're married, anything that we have from that point on, we will share it. But at my age, I think that I have to look out for generational wealth. I have grandchildren. So I want to leave my wealth to my grandchildren that I have built up as this far.
Yeah, and I do talk about generational wealth a lot. I mean, we do have to take that into consideration. Our communities don't realize how important it is to be able to pass down the wealth to your children and your grandchildren. It is something that you can think about, because a lot of times just because you got divorced doesn't mean you're not going to go into another relationship and maybe also have more children or blended family. I think people need to take into account these additional things that come into the facts of divorce. And if you're watching us, right now you're watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you don't want to miss any of our episodes. You can catch us on Spotify. Go check us out there. Make sure you subscribe. And how about you leave us a little bit of a comment there as well and give us a 5-star rating? We'd love to hear that. Share this out. Subscribe. comment. We want to hear what you've got to say. But if you also need some help with your finances and you don't know where to turn, you can always find us on our website at flynubianmoney.com, where you'll also get free financial resources and courses. And you can also be reminded of all this and get some really great stuff by easily picking up your personal assistant called That Phone and texting Queens to QUEENS to 87948. So today I'm actually joined by an awesome panel of queens, and I am loving this conversation. And it sounds like the people who are in our watching as also enjoying. I'm joined by Minister Connie, Dr. Alicia, Dr. Charm, and Athena, and we are discussing divorce and the ramifications of divorce, not just financially, but physically and mentally. Dr. Alicia, I would really love to hear your thoughts on some techniques that you can use in the beginning, maybe before you decide to go to therapy, that a couple can sit down and discuss before they decide to move on to professional therapy.
I mean, sometimes, like I said, sometimes couples are at a crossroad and they feel like they need to have a neutral third person who are skilled. I mean, a licensed therapist is someone to use evidence-based practice, right? So they're looking for a specific person who has training in helping couples figure out what's going on in their relationship, how to communicate, point out what's healthy and what's not healthy. So that's one way in which couples come. Couples also come, the smart couples, real smart couples, they come into my office, not that there are like issues happening, but they come because I said, you know what, I want to make sure that I'm entering into this committed relationship and both of us are showing up in the way that's helpful for the relationship. So those are the smart couples that wants to say, before issues develop, I want to be able to be in a healthy relationship. I want to make sure that I am communicating and giving my all to this relationship, because as Athena and all of us talked about, there's money tied to this, resources. Money is one resource, but there's a lot of resources tied to a committed relationship, and they want to make sure they're getting the most out of it because they're committed to having a healthy relationship. So I love that. I love when I see couples do that, because they have something wonderful in place so that when they continue with their relationship, they won't have all these problems that they're dealing with. And I will say that, I really hate when I see couples that have been dealing with their issues for 15, 20 years, and it's all this built up resentment. And sometimes by the time they get to me, it's just after all these years of resentment, it takes so much time and effort to dig into and to air out all of these things. And it just, there's so many hurt feelings. There's so many missed opportunities. Why didn't you have this conversation years ago when it came up for you? So I see couples at every stage. I don't think it's too late. No matter where you are in your relationship, it's never too late to make the commitment to each other, to make things better, to forgive each other, to apologize. And asking for forgiveness, saying you're sorry is just one little tiny aspect of it. It's listening. It's figuring out what was it that you did to hurt that other person, and just having those great conversations. You can have a stronger relationship than you've ever had. And no matter what the history is, I've seen a lot of couples come around and live with each other in a way that's healthy, and healthy couples live a long time. So why not have a nice, happy, healthy relationship? It's within your grasp. You can do it. But it takes both of you committed to make whatever necessary adjustments you need to make so that can happen.
Key words, you gotta want it. You both gotta want it, and that is the make or break right there. We can't have one person. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like therapy. Okay, yeah, therapy in and of itself doesn't work. It's what you do outside of those sessions. It's making the conscious commitment to listen to what your therapist is saying and saying, you know what, I'm going to do something different based on my new knowledge of data and information that I know about healthy ways to communicate. I'm not going to lash out and call my partner names anymore. I'm going to stop, take a breather, come back and repair. And, you know, it's making that effort to be committed to make changes that makes the relationship better and makes your partner feel loved. Yeah.
Back to the love languages, right? How do you know that you're loved, right? I want to address this comment. International Ladies Chamber of Commerce said divorce is so sad and lasting. I thought I would find a second husband with no problem, but there is no one. I hardly got dates with prospective suitors. I was not as desirable as I was when I was married. I want to ask you, Dr. Charm, because this seems like a really good question. What are some steps that Black women can take to rebuild their lives and redefine their sense of self after divorce?
Yeah, I mean, that comment is it's sad to hear, and I think that this would be a very good case for someone to seek individual therapy. You know, because I don't know how long International Ladies Chamber of Commerce was married. And so, you know, it might have been a short marriage, long marriage, but I think the counseling can help you strategize and just debrief from having undergone that relationship. And then I'm always one about, you know, women have fitness goals, anything, you know, you look better, you feel better. And so if you have any fitness goals that you're trying to accomplish, makeovers, these kind of things, taking a vacation, anything to do with self-care, massages, like all those things really help to make you feel better about yourself, because when you feel better about yourself, you're more confident and you're more attractive to the opposite sex.
Agree. Sometimes we have to look at ourselves, right? I've said it before once, wherever you go, there you are. Sometimes you got to take a hard look at yourself. This has been such a wonderful conversation. I think that we've given people a really good insight on how divorce can affect not only their minds, bodies, and spirits. And it was great to have everyone comment and give their perspective on everything. So I want to kind of wind down a little bit on this subject, but I want to hear each of yours final thought, and I would love to hear how people can reach you and where they can find you. Let's start with Minister Connie.
Yes, I want to say this about the prenup agreement. If you're at my age, and I'm not in no 30 or 40-year-old, but at my age, I think that when you have a lot of assets that you should make sure that they're protected if you're going to get married again. I have heard of so many bad stories about people that got married again and they had a lot of assets that didn't work out and they got divorced. So even though I don't believe in divorce, but if it happens, you should have some kind of prenup. But you should also validate your own self. God validated us, so you should validate yourself. If you're having a hard time finding a mate, which he should find you, that he should find you. You don't go looking. So I want to say that. But just take the time for yourself. Do something new. Create another plan of life to make sure that you're happy first. So that's what I would like to say in that.
And where can we find you?
Oh, ConnieSpearman.com.
Awesome. Dr. Alicia, can we hear your final words and where we can find you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big lesson today, particularly with Tisha Campbell talking about how the stress had an impact on her body and her health. And I just think that one thing I want to have everyone keep in mind is that if you are in a meditative practice and you are in a relaxed body, you cannot have stress and a relaxed body at the same time. When you're in a relaxed body, you're not reaction. You don't react to things, you act. So reactionary behaviors is one thing that keeps you in this state of cortisol release in your body. But as long as you have some sort of practice. It could be prayer. You could talk to Pastor Connie can talk about that. It could be prayer. It could be meditation. It could be, whatever it takes to get you into a relaxed body. That helps you decrease the stress no matter what's going on in your life. Because sometimes it's difficult to just walk away from somebody or walk away from a situation because it just doesn't serve you anymore. You have to have these coping mechanisms. So I encourage everybody to come up with some sort of practice so that they can get into a comfortable body. And it increases your thinking capacity, and you can live with intentionality, and you can live with integrity. You can find me at coachingwithdralicia.com. I can take individual and couples. You can fill out the intake form on my website. And you can also follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay.
Dr. Charm, we would love to hear your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Okay, my final thoughts is, what did that commenter say? Tisha Campbell was healed by the power of divorce. But really, it's any major stressor that's in your life, whether it be a job. I mean, these jobs are killing people. So the jobs, the family members, the financial burden of taking care of family and parents and things. So whatever it is that's causing the stress, remove that stress and put yourself first, because at the end of the day, you're only given this one flesh body to be in, and you got to take care of yourself. You can find me at Instagram at charmgirl77. And for anybody that wants to get spiritual reading, spiritual coaching, tarot readings and things of that sort, you can text me at 404-832-5179.
Thank you so much for that. Athena, let's hear your final comments and where we can find you.
My final comments are this: whether you are single, married, divorced, or widowed, as a woman, you need to have a financial strategy for each stage of your life and understand the vulnerabilities that will affect you in each of those stages. I am Athena. I'm a CPA, and I am a women's wealth coach. And you can find me at wewealthwomen.com. I actually have a workshop and a course that deals with a lot of what we discussed today. So if you're interested in that, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com, at wewealthwomen on all social platforms, and listen to me on the We Wealth Women podcast.
Fabulous. Please make sure that you all go and follow these wonderful queens and see what they have to help you in your life. I am Laura Lala Key. Everybody calls me Lala, international real estate agent. And my comment to you is, marriage is worth it if you both want it. It's a beautiful journey. It can be stressful at times. Is it work? But oh, it's worth it, because I, in my head, see me and my husband, if God so should see it, at 95 on our rocking chairs on our front porch. It is worth it. Take the time to put the energy into it. You can find me at bit.ly/Laura Key info. Queens, I want to thank you for your insightful perspectives about divorce and the impact in our community. And for our listeners, if you're navigating challenges, seek support and resources to help you on your journey. We have a lot of great resources for you on our website at www.flynubianmoney.com. So you want to head on over there and download those resources. And if you don't want to miss an episode, you definitely want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. And we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you don't want to miss an episode. Then head on over to Spotify and take us on the road with you, because you don't want to miss any episodes at all. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for being here. We want to thank you for your comments and your communication. And we hope that you will also share with others about this great show. And until next time, be the light. We can't wait to see you next time. Have a good one. Bye, Queens.